once somebody's on the other side of the line,
Right.
what is
Ezra, are you even listening to him? Yeah, I mean, this is it. Like this. Look, I do recommend people watch like more of this. It's very interesting. I think the whole thing, like, it's allegedly Ta-Nehisi Coates coming on Ezra Klein's show, coming on the Ezra Klein show, to talk about this stuff. But it becomes, it's almost there now. It becomes this like it's Ta-Nehisi interviewing him, and quite aggressively, but patiently, but also like, it's on him the whole time. There's even a bit where Ezra Klein says like, I want to put this on you because you keep on putting it on me, and it's like, I get this is your show, but you've brought this guy on because he's called out your shit take, and you've invited him there to talk about it. Like, it's on you,
what does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay.
No.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is.
Right.
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know that. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute, because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
From policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who, in his comportment as a human being,
Bud, call him a fascist
on the public stage.
Call him a fascist pedophile. Just do it. He just is. Just call him Trump is a fascist pedophile, and it's not hard to say that, and it shouldn't be hard to say that. Even in a conversation where you're talking about, dehumanization, like, it's just... Okay, Ezra Klein doesn't have to call him a pedophile. I understand, he could get himself and the New York Times sued. But he's a fascist. Come on now.
I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16, lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart, but I think that is the thing that I am struggling with, which is not only is he clearly, for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. Like, if you had told me,
oh my God,
I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so
this is starting to get to something I really want to comment on this when we're talking about like the systemic forces playing on Ezra Klein. This is fascinating to me is like he is this intellectual figure. He honestly, look, I talk a lot of shit about these guys, and I think for good reason. You and you probably agree, otherwise you wouldn't be watching. But these guys do, for the most part, not Ross Anderson, but Ezra Klein certainly, not the Foom Scroller, but certainly Ezra Klein, spends a lot of time contemplating, being properly contemplative about politics and trying to understand how they think the world works and how politics shifts and how ultimately this can be shifted towards something more moral, equitable, sustainable, human, Still, I'm sure he's full of like McCarthyite fear of communism, whatever. But there are like more kind of systemic, less brash, like propagandistic blind spots that someone like Ezra Klein will have. Because it's one thing to be told, no, Israel is our ally and represents the West or something, and we need to defend them. It's another thing to have a recurring pattern of things that you can't quite grok, you can't quite process, and you can't put your voice behind because of the way that your thoughts have been shaped. You know, this is what I mean about the artificial reef. And like, the tragedy of liberal slop is that these people who are intellectuals, whatever, you know, who are thoughtful people, have been deceived by a system they thought was there to educate them, into having a view on the world that has this like intense capitalist realism to it, but also like bourgeois electoral realism to it, right? Like the concept of the Overton window is a crucial one here, and I think that Ezra Klein thinks of it, you know, as the idea, right? The Overton window, like it moves right, it moves left. Catgirl Steph, thank you so much for donating £6 and 90 pence and saying meow, meow. Klein and some of his peers, I think, believe in the Overton window, right? And believe that it moves to the right and moves to the left, and that's where the voters are. So if the defined discourse of popular bourgeois electoral politics has been moved to the right, you have to chase to the right to get back the voters from there. And that's not actually how public sentiment works, actually. Like, it's more complicated than like setting the tone in the conversation and then everyone wants it to be this way and further this way and further this way, so we have to chase them that way. Like, at a time of social rupture, when people's material conditions are getting worse, when they are not getting things that they were promised they were going to get, they start seeking different answers. And what different answers they consider viable are going to be defined by the environment they're already in, right? Like, very few people are proposing that we go back to like feudal monarchy in response to crises in capitalism. Some people, some quite significant number of people, think that the crisis is caused by crony capitalism and we need a purer form of capitalism. There are some people who believe that the crises are caused by immigration and we need a better politics around, say, the climate, but also like a stronger geopolitics and foreign politics to like stop all these wars causing migrants and refugees or whatever, you know. And those are things that have been defined for them in their reality. If you take Huey P. Newton, right, and what he said about the progress of dialectical materialism, right, to like we had feudalism, we're having capitalism, we're going to have socialism, we're going to have communism. At some point in the future, we will progress so much as a human race that we will have control over all energy and matter in the universe and sort of ascend, right? Like, it's a wacky belief, but like, my point is that most people on the planet have not responded to crises in capitalism by turning to the belief, let's all ascend to a higher plane and control all matter and energy in the universe with just our thoughts through dialectical materialism. The options people go after are defined by the reality they already exist in, and who makes up the day-by-day, brick-by-brick construction of that is people like Ezra Klein, who have enormous platforms to discuss political thought. And when there is this, like, crisis of capitalism, Mule says, nah, but that's mint, though. Yeah. It's the Geordie refusing, Geordie pointing meme. And it's like Aaron Bastani's suggestion to mine asteroids. And it's like Star Trek socialism. And it's like, nah. It's like becoming Q. Yeah, baby. Right. What was my point? Yeah, the everyday of the kind of media diet that like wonks and think tank people and lanyard technocrats all have informing what they consider to be the realm of the possible, right? Creating the overton window for them. Like Ezra has a role in that, doesn't he? You know, he has quite a significant role in that. And it is of the people, is for the people who are of the people, for the people who are of the dissatisfied masses, to find the answers toward towards socialist revolution for themselves, and then to educate each other on those things. But that thinking and that writing and that intellectual discussion has been around now for hundreds of years. You know, like, if people here don't know, you know, like, Marx didn't fucking invent the concept of socialism. Like, this is a pre-existing discourse. What if things were fairer has been, like, an idea people have been suggesting since people could speak, and before even. But the liberal establishment refuses repeatedly to engage seriously with socialist ideas, even eco-socialist ideas, which provide all the shit they love, technocratic, expert-informed, data-driven, long-term plan with, you know, pluralistic democracy. You know, look at Half-Earth Socialism, the book and the game. You know, these things create a plan, a very like well thought out, sometimes wonkish plan for like how to literally fucking save the world, and they're not taken seriously by the liberal slop publications. Just don't take them seriously. They just exist in a reality where that stuff doesn't exist, and the reason for that is like the spotlight. Which direction is the camera? The spotlight's over here, the far right, and these ideas are far left. And they don't understand, you know, having received this wonderful liberal education, this wonderful like education in political thought and essay writing and engagement with the mainstream and with bourgeois electoral politics, they aren't having the experience that people who work at Big Tesco are having, where like shit just fucking sucks. And if you need a change, like you need shit to change from what it is, and you see Keir Starmer and you see Nigel Farage, he is different. He is changing things. And then it might be a long time until you see a Zach Polanski or whichever kind of, you know, person offering leftist ideas to you like strikes a chord for you, and you want to vote for them. And it will be even longer if everyone in the political discourse is like, well, the Overton window is over here. We just can't be suggesting stuff over here. It will just lose us more votes. Like, yeah. Anyway, let's go on towards the work of politics, the section that I find very interesting, this discussion. Once again, before I do, I'm actually going to hop up and make some tea and be muted while I play the next bit. Before I go over there, I just want to say, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. You can also go to my Patreon, which would be really lovely if more people subscribe to my Patreon, because it's like a third of what it used to be, and it's, you know, quite scary. If people subscribe to my Patreon, they will get updates on upcoming projects, as well as access to essays and video essays when they are finished before general release. I have also just recently started a project to do with long-range radio communication that I think will have some very interesting updates as it goes along. So all a really good time to subscribe on my Patreon. But yes, you can also do the Twitch things if you want to. Reminder that I'm seeing how much of £800 I can raise in my streams this month, to kind of gauge where people's appetite for donating is at, and if we hit 350, I will tell a 10-minute long joke. Now here's Ezra Klein telling a 10-minute long joke.
I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there are people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am like working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line. What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts,
Right.
right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff has real appeal, like as you said, right? That's not a surprise on some level. It's just something you have to deal with. And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like I have lines of what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, the politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Of what follows from that?
I think you do have a line. I think
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Ta-Nehisi coming up on and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say, obviously, that I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm saying what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, And at the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, fiddled with government or done, extremely violent things to make it not so,
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the black vote?
Right. First of all, ouch. Like, holy shit. Ta-Nehisi saying to him here, welcome to Black history in America. And secondly, Ezra didn't get this. He earnestly did not get this before, right? And I already talked about this when we read the article. He began by saying, to lose the ability to access politics without fear of violence is to lose everything. And the first people you should be thinking of when he says that is not Charlie Kirk, is it? Anyway, I think Coates' face in this frame says it all. Yes. Yes, absolutely. But let's carry on.
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican. And I think, obviously, I think sexism is a very, very real force. I don't think it's completely explanatory, but the idea that there is, say, 20% of Black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take, because I think this is a hard case. I think from your perspective and from my perspective, where we probably don't believe hugely different things, a huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? This feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure this is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us, right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Look, I think a couple things. I think, again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this.
Okay, I've got various things to say about all this. It's all getting a bit fucking frustrating, isn't it? Before I talk about what he just said about trans people, which, is it going to be before, or am I just going to get into it? Oh God, that's so frustrating. No, they brought up Barack Obama, and they're going to talk a bit more about Barack Obama in a minute. And I think this is a really interesting kind of thing to reflect on, is Barack Obama's effect on American politics, on the median voter, in how they interact with a political candidate who promises them something to be different. Because he literally ran on hope and change. And then he was such an average US president. Things did not enormously change at outside of the effects of having a Democrat president, just a pretty normal Democrat president. In some ways, not normal Democrat president because of the trajectory of American politics that has been moving to the right all this time, and so new Democrat presidents still like to deport more people than previous Republican ones, or strengthen America's like warmongering or whatever, right? Generally a pretty normal Democrat president, and the effect on the culture of the representational win. Like beyond that, he did not change things. And the message of hope and change was met with a general attitude. I mean, Coates himself in 2014, I think, wrote an article discussing the real concept of reparations, right? Like there was a political appetite for this stuff. And the government could have made moves to try to really seriously change things. And this all was not so long after the financial crash. You know? Like they could have really changed things for real. And I think there's a certain kind of despair in the liberal project that was brought about specifically around Barack Obama because of him running on the idea of hope and change, and then changing nothing. I think that's, you know. We had some new people join the chat, I think, who haven't said hi to. So hi Vulpix, hi to BCS Nicholas. I think I read out one of your messages before that actually. Hello to Tori Kabori and Pathogen7. But on what he just said about trans people, right? It's just like there were other policies. You know, like taking it completely seriously that Ezra Klein cares about trans people and crucially, can identify anti-trans rhetoric when it's in front of him. Why didn't he stop the New York Times from publishing all the anti-trans stuff it's published? Why didn't Annie Lowrey intervene with the Jesse Singal piece in The Atlantic, or the Hannah Barnes fluff pieces that appeared in several liberal slop publications when, you know, high-profile TERFs were pushing through divisive shit. Because what this crucially did to the liberal sphere was create, like, it ran cover for the anti-trans rhetoric that the right wing has been using. And it said to everyone, look, it's really is a divisive issue. People have serious concerns, you know, because it's even affecting liberals. And it's like, you should be able to simply identify genocidal rhetoric for what it is and then push back against it. If you spend this much time like contemplating your principles and what is politically right, as well as politically expedient or strategic or whatever, I think you should be able to see when people are saying, I don't think trans women are women or whatever, that there is no kind of moderate not thinking trans women are women position. Because either you say that kind of thing, but you absolutely believe trans women should be included in women's spaces and treated legally and socially as women. In which case, it's navel-gazing, right? Your disagreement there is some kind of metaphysical, abstract nonsense that doesn't matter. Or you say it, or don't say it. You know, maybe you say trans women are women, but your attitudes in legal and social and practical everyday terms are against us, right? Like, chat, I'm going to discuss V-coding for a second, so if you know what this is and don't want to be in during this bit, it'd just be a couple minutes. So I'm going to go over here. V-coding. I already give you money, Wikipedia. V-coding is a common practice in the United States to subjugate transgender female prisoners to daily sexual assaults in all-male jails to please or calm down male prisoners. A 2021 report found that 69% of transgender women were subdued into performing sexual oral practices against their will in all male prisons. 58.5% reported being sexually assaulted. 88% reported being forced into some marriage-like relationships with their respective male inmates. Reports found that transgender people are significantly more susceptible to being victims of sexual assaults and sex trafficking than cisgender peers. As such, the DOJ stated in a report of 2022 that 66% of trans people experience sexual assault at some point in their lives, and 15% of trans people report being sexually assaulted by police or prison staff. I'll read on, but an important note here is that is what the Judith Dagger writers said. Every rapist is a cop without a badge. Every cop is a rapist with a badge. 2018 report from the Indiana Mara University School of Law, along with a subsequent report in the UCLA Journal of Gender and Law, found that based on accounts of former inmates, it was common for trans women to be placed in men's prisons to be assigned to cells with aggressive cisgender male cellmates to maintain social control and to, as one inmate described it, keep the violence rate down, or as prison authorities stated, violence prevention. Trans women used in this manner are often raped daily. This process is known as V-coding and has been described as so common that it is effectively a central part of a trans woman's sentence. Right. So, crucially here, a government that supports putting trans women in men's prisons is supporting systematized rape of trans women and supporting the law not applying equally to everyone, right? Like, necessarily this turns, even if the law was as equal as it could possibly be for every other demographic of people, which obviously it's not, this means that prison is a fundamentally different experience for trans women than anyone else. And trans women have a lot more to fear from being arrested than anyone else. And a government that supports this is supporting this. That supports trans women being in men's prisons is supporting this situation specifically. And a government that, or a candidate or whatever, that says, a candidate that says we should not be doing that. We should be acting in a prison abolitionist way, even trying to address the causes of crime and like improve people's lives or whatever. Try to give people wherever possible sentences that strengthen communities and make people's lives better, and maybe even progressing towards a model where we are fundamentally trying to help people who've been harmed, as well as helping people who have caused harm to change and not do that anymore, right? All these kinds of things. Maybe they're not that extreme, right? But like, someone who's saying this stuff, but also has a solid plan that will work to make the price of eggs go down, who also has a plan that will get your country to net zero, that also has a plan who is also promising to oppose the incredibly unpopular Israeli regime of genocide and baby slaughter, who is also in favor of increasing women's bodily autonomy, who's also in favor of helping disabled people live rich, full lives, improving public transit, creating a national food service. That was an idea Corbyn had. All these things, right? Like, I believe the urge to punish in people is not stronger than the desire for them to have a happy, well-rounded life. And even their urge to see other people have that too. I believe bitterness is weaponized very cynically in politics to bring out the urge to punish in people. But reeling it back a little bit, a candidate who is like, trans women will not be V-coded, will not be put in that situation, right? Isn't gonna lose because the other candidate says, oh, but then there's men in women's prisons and they're gonna do 1 trillion rapes. Like, that other candidate, if they don't have things to offer to people, like, here, you will get this, you know? Like Zoran Mamdani, right, was not wiped out by people just saying, well, he supports trans rights, therefore he hates women, right? Because he was offering people stuff. He was like, hey, cheaper rent, free public transport, you get thing. And they go, I get thing? Great, I get thing. Like, it's just like our politics has almost universally stopped offering people anything at all and operates so completely end to end on fear that you will have the thing you have taken away. That offering people thing is an even more powerful force than it already would be. I don't believe this idea of sort of drawing for yourself the pitch, the playing field of the discourse of trans rights and being like, in isolation, this policy is too unpopular, we can't run this policy. But even besides all of that, he should just be able to recognize genocidal anti-trans language when he sees it. And yes, saying even technically because of, I don't know, chromosomes or something, trans women aren't women. If you're following it through with like your belief as to policy, as to action, as to how people will be socially treated and processed, yeah, that's a fucking genocidal belief. He's like, oh, we let trans people down? Maybe you should have listened to trans people. Zelda says, hey, I want to say the commonality between the New York Times publishing habits and Ezra asking this question is that to them, people equals demographic equals market. So selling papers or ad space is not different from chasing votes to them. The rest is set dressing. Yeah. They are talented writers. I'm so horrible to these guys all the time, but I will be totally serious about this. They are talented writers. And if they put their little heads together and went clickety-clack on the keyboard, they absolutely could sell eco-socialism to the masses, to their audience, to whatever. And people will be fucking into it. Because people like free public transport and investment in new electricity infrastructure and their air not being unbreathable. And people don't actually actively like transphobia, racism, bigotry, anti-migrant shit. All right, we are gonna carry on.
But when I look at...
We are now, by the way, going to go to the start of the work of politics. Because this is where we get to really interesting stuff to do with how Ezra sees the world. And we also get the crucial, I don't know what my role is anymore.
Different.
Oh.
Politicians do things that I wouldn't do. I don't. For instance, I don't hold JFK or RFK up. You know what I mean? As the people.
Yeah, me neither.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of JFK Camelot revisionism.
But I guess
it's not a very good president.
That's like a separate thing from whether, you know what I mean, why politics happens the way they do. Let me give you an instance that often also comes up. That's not the Civil War, and that's the New Deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there is a pretty strong argument that the New Deal not a strong argument, but it's pretty clear that the New Deal did quite a bit to create the social safety net, create an American middle class, right? That's true. Did FDR want to, in his heart, exclude Black folks in the way that they were excluded from it? No. That was the price of getting the thing done. I understand that as politics. But were I there in that time, it would be incumbent on me to yell at FDR to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's really, 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 really important. We don't all have the same role. You know, when I wrote Case for Reparations, it was not my expectation, nor did I even think it would be politically intelligent for like Barack Obama to go up and yell, I'm for reparations. You know what I mean? But that's different than, you know what I mean, my role.
Yeah. I guess the substructure of a bunch of what I am saying, which may or may not be in argument with you. It's just when I texted you to come on, I was like, I've been thinking about what the underlying arguments are here. So you're kind of getting this spilling out of my brain. I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned. And I think, and this does not speak well of the people, so to speak, in power doing it, but I think that they are not doing it well. I think the culture around them, I think politicians are not always leaders. I think they're often followers. And
this meshes in quite well with something I've been saying for a while about lying, right? Like, people think of lying as successfully deceiving people, right? Like, making a successful lie is making someone else believe what you say. But this isn't, like, I think from a functional perspective of language, this is not actually a successful lie. The bar is lower. In a successful lie, someone expresses a belief, and the other people treat them like they believe it, and that's the bar. It's lower, right? Donald Trump bugs the hell out of people like Ezra Klein because he is a very successful liar, but shouldn't be by their rubric. There's an ad going on now, apparently. He shouldn't be by their rubric. He says all sorts of sloppy, self-contradictory gibberish that people should just be able to tell, like, no, that's gibberish. But the thing is, people around him treat him like he believes it. Like, they don't... I guess it's similar to what these two guys have been talking about a little bit, about the line, right? Like, drawing a line where you say, if you believe that, I'm just not going to be in a room with you anymore. This conversation can't be productive, or whatever. So in one sense they do, in one sense they don't, right? Because they treat him with more respect than maybe they should if they were to draw that line. But I think that line is just harder to draw than people think. The guy is getting the attention and he's saying the thing that I previously thought I would just cut off conversation with someone who says that thing. But now all of his supporters are saying the thing too, and I can't just ignore all of them, right? And this is where Ezra's dilemma starts to come from, specifically. Coates is like a saint managing to get through that podcast. Yeah. Yes. Hey, B-Rat. Yes, absolutely. But quick reminder, everyone, if you are enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, cheer, or donate directly using command tip, or you can go to my Patreon. I would love to get more Patreon support. I'm trying to get to 800 this month with donors. This is where Ezra's dilemma comes from, right? Is he sees what is permitted in the conversation, and what is permitted in the conversation suddenly contains a bunch of shit that he wasn't anticipating before. But he's so plugged into the conversation, like the sanctioned conversation we're allowed to have because it's in the middle of mainstream liberal society. Yeah, he needs to chase what's being said in there. And so Trump, he goes on to TV and he says that pronouns are confusing, that everyone's having a, gender madness or some shit. He says the immigrants are eating cats and dogs. I was trying to construct a more gentle slide into Trumpism that we've had, but just like the things he's saying now, he says these things. People make space for him because of material forces, right? Because of material forces, because the Republican Party has backed him. That's one of the parties that can win in America. He has to be taken seriously. Therefore, anything he says has to be taken seriously. And he's saying things that are so floundering to the liberal establishment because they are so far beyond the pale that they have no good responses to them. And I think what's missing in the analysis of someone like Ezra is Hillary Clinton could say, Iran is the biggest exporter of terrorism in the world. And this is a very popular American politician lie, right? And a whole bunch of people watching would be like, nah, nah, no way, dude. No way. America is the biggest exporter of terrorism in the entire world. Like, we know this. Or, nah, that sounds like Islamophobia to me. You know, you're pointing at one of the biggest Muslim countries and you're saying they export to the rest of the world people doing suicide bombings or stabbings or shootings or whatever. For various different reasons, they might not believe it, but she's stating it, and she's stating it as part of her platform and her credentials and expertise as someone who used to be foreign secretary and all these kinds of things. And it gets taken seriously as something she believes. Trump manages to be in a place where he can say they're lying and we all know they're lying, right? And so wins over this kind of anti-establishment voter that he won in the first place in the run-up to Trump 1. And he can also say all sorts of outrageous things, and as I say, even things that contradict themselves or don't line up with his own history, and people would easily be able to call them out, but people don't successfully shut down the conversation there or manage to wrest it away from him in a different direction. And that's the failure here. Like, that's the like, they've built a system that works peacefully, but not justly. As the example of like the Black tradition of Black history in America shows, they've made a system that works peacefully but not justly, as long as people involved in the conversation respect each other and treat each other with respect, and their lies are consistent lies. And if they have inconsistencies in their lies, then they can be caught out, and then they're doing badly at the game of politics. All right. We're going to go back to here it is.
I think that the idea that kind of political coalition building across these gigantic differences, building across public opinion, both not just as you wish it existed, but as it exists, has become, seen and like treated as often betrayal, cowardice, moral fallibility. It's not, I think it's fine to say people got different roles. And in fact, it's good for intellectuals to criticize the politicians. But my view is that the political practice became too weak. I don't think that was true for Obama. I went back preparing to talk to you and I read your piece, My President Was Black.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
And it's very much in this tension, right? Where you say quite a bit, like, it would have been a bad idea for Barack Obama to say the things I am saying here.
Yeah.
To do the things in some ways I wish he had done. It would have been, that politics wouldn't have worked. There would have been no Obama presidency, and his presidency would not have been successful. And I think I've been thinking about that line, right? In my own work and just in the political culture as I see it, that line between the sort of intellectual, analytical work and the actual like work of politics, the how do we live here with each other work, right? Which I think is actually honorable work. And I think feels right now to me like morally urgent and necessary. And
I think Ezra recognizes that there is a moral urgency and a moral necessity, but I don't think he understands how to enact anything moral. Hey, Pillbug Hug, good to see you. How to enact anything moral with the affordances of his position. If people don't know this term, this is important for the discussion a little bit. So Donald Norman, the writer of The Design of Everyday Things, is a design philosopher and popularized the concept of affordances, right? So like, we often think of users as having abilities and objects as having features, right? Like this Posca pen features a cap. It features a clip on the cap. And I have the ability to pick up pens and move them places. Because if I wanted to clip it to my clothing, right, there is actually a relationship between me and the pen that, and that relationship is what we call an affordance, right? The pen affords being clipped onto clothing someone is wearing, right? If I wasn't wearing clothing, I couldn't clip on my clothing. Hey now. And I think that affordances are a really interesting concept because once you start to understand that relationship between things instead of the user or the object, you start to look at the relationship and you start to see what affects that relationship. So, one of the number one things that Donald Norman points out is signifiers. When an affordance is not properly signified to the user, the affordance effectively doesn't exist. Because if that relationship cannot be acted on, right, if you were in a room with two doors, but one of them is disguised as a wall, right, that door doesn't afford you entering or leaving through it because you just don't know it's there. And I think that Ezra Klein technically could do a lot of things, but whether he will is an interesting question that gets into some of this like socio-political question of free will. That is what choices are dictated to us by our affordances or lack thereof. To go back to the thing about lying, right? Like something that I think really noticeably happened with Trump and his very cult-like following is how many men learned from Trump a troll-like attitude, right? Like learned what things would trigger the libs and get them unable to respond to you while still trying to engage with you, right? Which as social animals, for us, that means being engaged with, which is a positive. It's dopamine, right? It feels good, even though someone's mad at you. And feeling like you're right and they can't prove you wrong, even if you don't really believe it because you haven't like interrogated the belief or whatever. And plenty of people have and think it, like think the horrible racist thing or whatever. But nonetheless, like whether you do or not, like you feel smug. And that feeling of winning an argument was a template that Trump gave to a lot of people, men especially. And yeah, the appearance then of people imitating Trump gives this illusion of the kind of fundamentally reactionary nature of those people, as if that's just what they are in their soul. And yeah, leads to, again, the mistaken impression on the part of Ezra that like it's the Overton window shifting to the right, and therefore we must chase votes, viewership, readership to the right. Which is then now he's now talking about this idea of coalition building, which I'd like to carefully distinguish, right? I think there is very earnestly a problem of coalition building on the left, and we'll talk about it with an article we're going to read in a minute. But I think there is very earnestly a problem with coalition building on the left, where people who are in some activist and organizer spaces, and I've run into this, are very used to being able to keep their space pure of anyone they disagree with or disapprove of in any way, who then when they're trying to do organizing in working class communities are in for a rude shock, or act in a way that excludes people that is not conducive to overall good organizing, or act in a whole host of ways that is based on the credible threat that they themselves might be excluded from organizing if they have the wrong position, behavior, friendships, whatever, right? Like a friend showed me a friend showed me her texts with someone else who's just moved city. They're trying to get to know new orgs, new activists, and they expressed an opinion about an org back here in London, and the other person just ghosted them. Like, just immediately ghosted them. And I'm just like, this is what I mean, right? Because if you were okay with having someone who has a different opinion of that other org in your org, then you get one more person. But you are scared specifically of other people cutting you off for associating with someone who has a bad opinion. That's based on credible threat of exclusion, which is a very credible thing, right? Like, I've experienced some of this in the fallout from what happened with me a couple of years ago. Like, everyone is in like 5 orgs and knows like 50 people who are in 5 orgs each. And so when you have beef with someone, there are infinity people around them within the activist scene who have like what they see as a totally good reason to never ever speak to you and to throw up a serious stink about you being in a room with them and completely grind organizing to a halt, right? And there not being better conflict resolution systems in place there, that's part of a very serious problem that I think exists. Like, I honestly think exists. I think beyond this, there's some ideological stuff where, like, I think that trans people, we don't like to admit there is such a thing as trans ideology. But it's just like, the argument we frequently end up making is there's no such thing as trans ideology, we just exist. And these are two statements, but they don't actually follow each other, right? Because one of them's wrong. Like, we exist, we just exist, right? And all the things that follow on from that, we deserve full human rights. We deserve to be treated with respect. We deserve for prison to not mean infinity rape, like with V-coding, what I was telling you about before. There are all sorts of things that follow on from trans people just exist. We just are. It's wrong to treat us wrong. But there is no trans ideology. Not quite true, right? Like, there are, like, marches and think pieces, and there are slogans, and, like, altogether there is a trans ideology. And I understand anyone who is within any ideology saying this ideology doesn't exist. It's a very common feature of almost all ideologies, is to make themselves invisible to people who hold them. But yeah, I think that's an example where, like, I think people aren't aware of where people are very quick to see ideological enemies. But there are also, on top of those problems, an incredible wealth of experienced, seasoned organizers who know what they're doing, do know how to resolve conflict, do know how to build coalitions, are trying their absolute hardest to build a better world by trying to work with other people, some of whom they don't like personally, some of them whom they don't agree with politically or philosophically. And that is not the same thing as the coalition building that Ezra Klein is talking about here, because, as I say, he exists in this faux world created by the concept of the Overton window or whatever, and he's chasing after these people over to the right, over to the far right, trying to get them back, get those people back. What do we do to bring the coalition together, whatever? And it's just, like I said earlier, if it was about trans people, for example, there are just so many people who will not give the slightest fuck if you support trans people and they are anti-trans, or would answer a survey in an anti-trans way if you would also give them something. Give them fucking free public transit. Give them rent controls. Give them food, right? And it would just immediately change shit. All right, I've rambled for long enough. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. And we're going back to the interview. And we're almost at the crucial moment.
And not just over disagreement, just the whole thing being done in a strategic and disciplined sense. I think one of the things I've thought about is the need to actually raise the status of just, like, old-fashioned politics. And I think I've been surprised to find myself feeling that way. But I think one way the second Trump term has changed me is I don't, and maybe you always believe this, right? You know, I'm not putting this on you. I think what got built, for all of its flaws in the back half of the 20th century, was much more fragile than I'd understood. Not just like the legislation or any of that, but the actual sense of, like, what you could and could not do, what we would and would not accept. And I've just like the sense that we can just tumble all the way back has become much more real to me. And so the work that people did to begin to build those guardrails, and, like, how hard that actually was.
Pillbug Hug, thank you so much for donating £5 and reminding me that I need to update all my Twitch alert green screen videos.
You know, and at this point we eventually I feel like we began to take something actually quite beautiful for granted. Or only see what wasn't there as opposed to what was. And it's forced a little bit of, for me, like, how did they do it? How did they get out of the last one of these?
You know, I'll just say, and I think I'm speaking for a broader community here.
If I was being incredibly flippant here, if I was being a sassy bitch, if I was only interested in sassing Ezra in his moment of weakness, here when he humbles himself, prostrates himself in front of the liberal slop stream and says, I don't know what my purpose is anymore, my role is anymore, I might say how we got out of the last one, like the last wave of political darkness and fascism around the world, was a lot of people shot fascists. But I'm not interested in being sassy today, so I'm not going to say that. I didn't say that.
We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man. And again, the reason why we go back to Reconstruction and the Civil War is because it is, before the 1960s, the only glimpse at the possibility of a real democracy in this country. And it happened. And in some places, it was actually quite successful. You know, you have people who, you know, had been enslaved, who are written off as illiterate fools, who are, you know what I mean, serving in legislatures. And actually, you know, with the standard of the time, actually, it's such a hopeful, incredible story. It's a beautiful thing. And it was violently destroyed. You know, once you see that, and once you have that in your heritage, once you know what I mean, understand that, once you understand that Martin Luther King could be standing up, telling his own people, we do not embrace violence at all. It is morally repugnant. We embrace love. And that could get you shot. Not burn it down. Love can get you shot.
We're coming up on the bit this is all about shortly, but I just wanted to say, because B-Rat said in the chat, the good old fashioned politics of recruiting Nazis into NASA and NATO, and I just want to say, like, that's also a crucial thing to understand about, like, oh no, not Charlie Kirk, not of all people, the lovely, charming, moderate Charlie Kirk, all these discussions about, like, how will we ever forgive the people who have supported fascism or whatever. I'm just like, guys, if we're honkies, if we're white people saying this, and I am, certainly, I'm as pale as they get. I'm a woman of alabaster and mayonnaise. I sunburn on cloudy days in Scotland. I know that white society is going to forgive those people really fucking easily. And it's going to be this incredible uphill battle to see justice done and fascism rid from the world. That along the way, a whole bunch of people are going to be horribly punished for fighting for freedom. Hey, Zelda has tipped £15 and says, no sass here. Thank you, Zelda. I really appreciate that. And I gotta update those green screen emotes, those green screen alerts. A whole bunch of people will be horribly punished for fighting for freedom along the way. And then when they are free, a whole bunch of people will be just fine. They'll literally be just fine. There's a great exploration of this. I've been watching this show For All Mankind recently. I'm going to transition back over because I know I'm definitely ranting away from the podcast, and in this direction away from the podcast now. I'm watching the show For All Mankind. It's this alt history show set in a world where the Soviet Union won the moonshot race, and then the space race doesn't end, and it's very interesting. It's a very interesting show. Sociological storytelling zips between decades and different seasons, and I'm on season 4 now, and they're going to Mars, right? Oh, they're on Mars, probably. Recommended to me by 2 lovely Canadian gals. There's a great episode in season 1 that interrogates the legacy of Werner von Braun, and I think it does a really good job, specifically because while he ultimately faces enormous pushback, which he didn't really in real life, faces enormous pushback in the episode because of being a Nazi, and people who used to care about him are like, you were a Nazi and I'm not okay with that. The whole way through it, it's just like as if you didn't know. You all knew the whole time that he was a Nazi. You just had it like kind of put in your face, right? And it turns out that you hadn't actually made peace with the discomfort of who he was and what he did as much as you thought you did. It's just that the politicians in power, the US government, said, oh, this is a useful guy, we're going to have this guy. And then after he's faced all of that stuff, he's still ultimately fine. Ultimately, he's fine. He's going to be fine. And the episode is called He Built the Saturn V. Because, you know, he built the Saturn V, right? And it's like, that's the fact of it, right? It's like whether history ultimately successfully condemns him for being a Nazi or not, he built the Saturn V. And that's just kind of the fact of it. And that's what I come back to with this, right? We're just going, now I'm going to have the Tom Lehrer song stuck in my head all night. I love the Tom Lehrer song. I was singing it to Abby. It comes up in the episode. It plays a little bit of it. It misses my favorite bar, which is when he says, because they cut it short for the episode. He says, once they go up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. He will be fine, and he got to build the Saturn V, and that's exactly how it's going to be for anyone who is, like, at all a functional person, a useful lobe of economic productivity who is currently hyper pro-Trump. They are going to just fit into white society just fine, and we actually don't have to think so hard about how we will forgive them, because the forgiveness is going to be spilling out from every white person, almost every white person, right? Like there'll be white people who've been inconvenienced by circumstance, like me, by being trans, that will be like, this is my ideological existential enemy. I can never forgive this person. I'll never be okay with being around this person. I will avoid this person in all sorts of social settings and fight against their political inclusion in things. That will be a force that exists. And mainstream society, mainstream white society, mainstream society in white countries and cultures will be just fine with those people. And in all likelihood, they'll probably just keep on trying to make life shitter for everyone, but especially people who they view as less human. Even in a world where, like, we've achieved like an eco-socialism or whatever. All right. Let's do it.
You know, you just have a different view of your country. You know, it is not, I emphasize this over and over again, it is not a fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
But so then what does that, there's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go. But it goes like this. I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
Love that.
Yeah, I do it.
I think at this point in the interview, things have been going so badly for Ezra. He is trying to assert that he and Ta-Nehisi view the world in a fundamentally similar way, right? He has had it already revealed to him that, like, the black tradition and black history in America makes for such a different perspective on politics. If you are nominally a liberal who has the same set of views, who might write for a liberal publication, if you are white, you are blind to the systems the flaws of a system that has always systematically benefited you in every situation. And if you're black, you will see those. You can see those so much more easily. And he's like, fuck, I'm experiencing a false reality, and I need to understand. I need to understand that we do agree about, like, what life is. Like, what's life like, you know? Like, what's it like being alive? And so he says this.
A fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
But so then what does that, there's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go. But it goes like this. I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
Love that.
Yeah, I do it because sometimes you need the reminder.
Yeah.
What I hear you saying in a way is we are of the nature too.
Yeah.
And I think the place I'm trying to push is then, how then shall we live? Because in this distinction you're making between like you would have been there correctly yelling at FDR. And I'm not like asking you, but like me, right? Like my work, my role.
Can you answer that? Can you say what you, I think it's a good point. Would you define for me how you see like what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man.
Oof. 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 You know what I mean? Oof. Like, ouch. Big fucking oof, ouch, moment. Just falling down every liberal stair in the staircase. We are of the nature to lose. Interesting. Not necessarily. You know, that's the thing, right? Like, if it's I have of the nature to grow old, lose the people I love, die. Like, these are things that will happen, provided your life is past a certain length. Like, you will lose people you love. I mean, arguably, you lose people you love in dying. So, you know. But yes, I think I do ultimately, Decrestney. I do see what you're. I like it. I like what you're saying. You know, we are of the nature to lose. Like, we can lose. Like, it can. I believe that we will win. But like, you can have an important balancing of understanding. Yeah, we're of the nature to lose. Interesting. Funny, Buddhists I know have a good response to that. Hit me with it, Logo Steve. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. Losing an election, not losing the war. You know, look, I'll talk here a little bit. This is gonna be so rambly. I'm sorry. I'm already sorry. I might as well plug now. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. You can also go to my Patreon, patreon.com/SophieFromMars, and support me there. That's my main source of income, and it would be really cool to be less panicked about money, especially during an evolving global recession. Right, so where are we at? How things change. So, like, I believe that we could all die. Like, I believe that we really could all die. Gustavo Petro says this in his UN speech, right? Like, capitalism is going to end. And it has the capacity to take all human life with it. And so we must separate humanity from capital. And that's a very succinct summary of what I believe. I think I've talked about this in several places. Like, when you work on a really long political essay project, in the process of working on it, you know, you will have at the start goals you set out to meet, right? Let's say you want to explore what is politically and philosophically great about a writer you like. You're going to review the books of Ursula K. Le Guin. And then in the process of writing it, you will arrive at a thesis that comes from her works that resonates with you the most, that was actually very brief. And you can just tell people in a sentence or two what the thesis of the thing is you're working on. But that doesn't mean your project was worthless, right? Like, maybe you put a lot of effort into it to make it so that people could engage with it without having read any Ursula K. Le Guin, and therefore it's a way to bring people into her thought and her philosophy. Maybe it's something that only works if you've read lots of Ursula K. Le Guin, and that's kind of the point. Like, you want to be in deep conversation with other people who've read those books. Moreover, maybe the thesis itself is fucking big. Like, it can be summarized simply, but it's big. And you need that project to walk people through all the steps, because the steps are complicated and there's a lot of ground to cover before you and that person would agree about a thing, if you wanted to convince someone of it. And I think that when Gustavo Petro, we'll probably watch a little bit of that, actually. I think today that'll be good. The speech to the UN where he talked about the army to save the world. When Gustavo Petro gave that speech, you know, he summarized some of the things I said in The World Is Not Ending. Because I've said for a while, after I finished The World Is Not Ending, by the time it was done, let's say, I could quite easily summarize. I'm making this video. The point of it is, capitalism is causing climate change. Climate change will make capitalism impossible. There will be some point before capitalism kills literally everything on the planet, where capitalism has made capitalism impossible. And I believe, and this is where my belief comes in, that people will organize and revolt on such a scale well before that point happens, with the advanced knowledge of that point coming up, because they can feel it and see it in the material conditions, and we will get communism. And I do believe that, right? Like, I do believe that. But I try to, when I summarize that thesis, kind of lay clear where my belief is. It's fact that climate change is going to make capitalism impossible. Like, it is simply scientific fact. And, we could maybe quibble over at what point the revolt will come and how much it will matter to different people. Like, I have known a lot of very fatalistic trans people who simply believe so concretely that we are going to be in death camps, and that's where our story ends, that the rest doesn't really matter to them very much. And they might have different responses to this. Thank you, Jenny Bodied, for tipping £10 and saying, good to see you again, so thank you. I really appreciate that. And, their responses might be different to that. I've known some fatalistic trans people who exist in a kind of ongoing malaise and a terrible depression because of that stuff. And other people who seek for the time they have now to be full of enough, just like euphoria of one kind or another, for it to be worth it in some way. Some people who believe that, anarcho-nihilist belief set, and they see that, like, they're like, this is coming and there's no way to avoid it, but also it is worth us fighting anyway. What am I saying in all this? I said earlier, like, I know what my role is. But I think, Ezra Klein not understanding his role has to do with the blind spots that are systematically produced in the commentariat, the political class. Hello, Morgana. Hello, Satanic Owaldo. The blind spots that are produced by these people, like in these people and in their writing and political thinking, it's the same blind spots that the state shares, and the same blind spots that will make the revolt and pushback that we're now seeing happen. Oh, and this is another thing, by the way, we're seeing it, right? Like it's happening. Like today, literally today, 1 million people took part in an Italian general strike. 5-10 years ago in Europe, the idea of there being a general strike anywhere inside the Imperial Core for any length of time was so far outside the public consciousness. And look what the material conditions did. Right? They drove a bunch of people into organized labor, and even under a fascist government, they are there having a general strike. Spain, Greece, Italy, France, although it's not a union-pushed general strike, it's the Bloc en Tout, Bloc Everything movement, which is kind of the old Yellow Jackets, as well as some eco-anarchists and Zadist types. We're seeing the pushback, and it's happening. We've had, in the last 2 months, several different, like, massive outbursts of violent rioting and massive, like, horrible police repression across different countries. Peru, Indonesia, Nepal, Morocco. There's violence in the streets right now. Horrible, horrible violence in Argentina. Malays, terrible libertarian bullshit is like hitting the fan, and people threw rocks at him. He was campaigning for his re-election, and people pelted him with rocks. Like, the pushback is happening. Climate change is why immigration suddenly became an issue for centrist polls. They know what's coming and choose fascism over change. Hello, Coaxial Tasco 1. Welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Immigration has a longer and more complicated history than that, but I agree with your take on face value that climate change produces an enormous number of refugees, and a lot of people who understand the future shape of climate crisis and immigration driven by climate crisis have been preparing for it actively, either against or either in an anti-immigration stance or trying to prepare to allow for that kind of wave. What are we saying? Magic Mia says, I'd say the best thing to do when you get too much in your head is organizing and touching grass, even when it's far too small to threaten capital seriously. It's a continuous push for further organization, which in turn will develop consciousness in more people and in turn allow broader and deeper actions in organizing. Yes, absolutely. And that is the takeaway I was hoping to lead people to in The World Is Not Ending. So it's good to me to see that you respond to me summarizing those ideas in that way, right? Like, I think it's a success of how I put that stuff together and that thesis, and it's been the reaction a whole ton of people have had. Like, when I see people summarizing it as like, oh, I'd best not be a doomer, I think, no, I think I've failed with that person because they think this is all about discourse. And I'm saying someone who believes the world is not ending but does nothing towards fighting for communism is the same as a doomer. Someone who is a doomer and organizes for a better world is not the same as a doomer. We need to understand the complete uncoupling of professed beliefs and actions. Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. Marx's famous summation of ideology. They don't know what it is, but they are doing it. And my permutation on it, Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. They know that it is nothing. And still they do it. Which is to do with Zizek's idea of disavowal, right? People will, his really good example is like how dads often make jokes about being a dad, but then still do the thing. In fact, they can be joking about being a stern authority figure and in the process of telling you off, making you go to your room, whatever. They know the ideology is there and disavow it. They say it's nothing. That's silly. But anyway, you should do this thing. You know? So in a similar way, like, people will be like, oh, I know I shouldn't be a doomer, but I do think everything's fucked, and that's why I don't do any organizing. And that's why I don't make any effort to actually change the world. Pocket Dear Belly, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Enjoy your Tumblr presence greatly. You've said, "Wow, long-time VOD watcher, first-time live watcher." That's very exciting. If you're a long-term VOD watcher, you will know. I think the VOD watchers are VOD's chosen people. So many wonderful comments on my VOD channel all the time. So many long and thoughtful responses to stuff we've discussed. So what I'm saying about my theory of change is that we are in the process now of seeing that pushback, and who will survive the waves of fascism, which will crumble. Like, you know, we can talk as well about the American economy. We probably should actually talk about a little bit about the American economy. But like, who will survive? These are like the urgent and particular questions, right? Which leads me on to why I'm working on my next project, The Mad and the Mentally Ill, which is about mad liberation. And I'm, say, halfway through it. So I would say I can tell you what the question is, but I can't tell you the answers yet, right? So the question, the biggest question of organizing for in the next 50 to 100 years of our planet is the question and its many sub-questions that arise of how to organize in communities where everyone is suffering, struggling, mentally ill. I honestly believe this is the biggest, or at least one of the biggest questions of organizing in the next 50 to 100 years. What do we do when everyone's full of trauma and their sense of self is completely unstable and they are prone to lash out and hurt each other? That makes up a really crucial part of the how we get this done to make sure as many people survive as possible. But the fascism. The fascists think they can build this perfect world that's all in the phone. It's all in the phone. Everyone has a massive digital doppelganger, a second body made of data that is totally controlled, owned, bought and sold, monitored and transmitted, and real consequences inflicted upon your life based on by Palantir, by the tech giants, by the governments working in close collaboration with them. And it's a very scary idea. It's a really let's get a George in chat. Let's get Command George going. It's very George Orwin. It's literally what George Orwin warned us about. And there's a scary believability to it. But then you look at it in real terms, how this is all playing out in real time, right? You hear about the abstract version of the plan, and you hear this is Curtis Yarvin's dream baby. He had sex with a nightmare. He had sex with the nightmare of a Palestinian child about the worst possible world we could live in, and he and the nightmare had a baby. It got him pregnant, and that baby is the Project 2025 dark gothic MAGA rage plan to transform society into techno-feudalism. And you hear all about it, and you're like, right, retire all government employees. They've done the Doge thing, and they've fired loads of people, and they've shrunk the size of the government, and then they're going to force requirement for engagement with digital processes onto loads of people. They're upping immigration, and then a whole bunch of the workforce will have to take the place of immigrant labor, which is, not that far above slavery to begin with, and everyone will be registered into digital systems, in some cases mandatorily, and in some cases almost mandatorily, and no one will be able to escape, because even having a thought against the regime will be registered in your Neuralink, and blah, blah, blah. And there are crucial technological parts of this, like AI. AI is going to make so many people redundant that they will be locked into this system and at the mercy of these fascists. And even then, AI is going to be used for, even besides that, AI is going to be used for fascist processes, like AI being an extremely powerful, masses of data centers and so on. Machine learning system will be used to scour people's records and do all the Minority Report shit where they fucking predict future crimes. Future radicalism that might be appearing in this group or person or whatever, and then you can refer them to prevent or have them snatched by ICE or whatever before they even say out loud that I believe that we will win. Coaxial Tasker says, narrative for yourself and others. People need stories. To overcome doomerism, tell better stories. Yeah, I do think storytelling about the world surviving past capitalism is a crucially missing piece, as Fisher explores in Capitalist Realism. Magic Mia says, I obviously don't have the full answer to that. I think this is about organizing in communities where people are suffering. But I'd say that has been a part of the labor movement for the entirety of its history. I would agree with you, Mia. Being a worker sucks, being a colonial subject sucks, being part of a minority sucks, etc. The answer back then was proletarian internationalism, solidarity, mutual aid. And in my mind, that's still the answer. Also, everything is connected, dialectics and shit. Helping one community improves the ways and capacities in which other communities can be helped. I think you're missing some stuff. I think you're missing that, like, there was an earnestness to previous history of organized labor that was met with very cynical psychological control tactics wielded against the population. And I don't mean MK Ultra shit. I mean, like, the American establishment has been trying for decades to make an uneducated proletariat because they know dumber people are easier to control. They want people to be dumber, and now everyone in America is dumb. And it's just a hugely well-known thing around the world that, like, American politics contains an essential idiocracy that other politics is kind of baffled by, but then we get tugged into it as well because of American cultural dominance and hegemony and American cultural imperialism. But yeah, but there are also ways that, you know, capitalism has been very cynical. People who implement capitalism have been very cynical in making people jaded against the things that will help them. But also, we are facing, and this is crucial to the writing I'm doing, like, we are facing a time where if people can't get together to organize as a minoritized group democratically and basically say, this is us speaking for us, then their lack of a clear say in what to do leaves them vulnerable to complete annihilation. And I think this is incredibly true of the trans community in the UK, London in particular, because of some of the stuff I talked about earlier. But we are facing an oncoming wave of horrendous trauma that will make everyone fucking nuts. Like, everyone's already fucking nuts, and this is an important thing to grasp in the process of mad liberation, but it's going to make everyone very unwell. Like, really, really deeply unwell. And it's not just the persecution of my people, specifically, or the cost of living crisis, recession more generally, or the anti-immigration shit, the genocide in Gaza, the stuff we see on our screens all the time that is traumatic, and we don't even acknowledge how traumatic this is. It's not even all those things, but it is all those things. But it's also climate change. In the essay, I will be talking about the concept of ontological security and how this is one of the most kind of basic measures we can take of mental wellness, is that people's ontological security dissolves when they're mentally ill. And there are conditions that the diagnostic model has tried to label people with that are essentially being without any ontological security, just being a fucking mess, right? Just like best pussy disorder, speaking as someone diagnosed with it. Beautiful princess disease. Like, in the case where someone's ontological security is completely in pieces, they will be really unwell. In the place where their ontological security is very fragile and could easily be in pieces, but for now isn't, they might be well enough, but mad. And clearly kind of their behavior would reflect the fragility of their ontological security. The fact that people with the beeper-deeps can be pushed to emotional extremes so easily is that fragile ontological security so easily messed with or shattered. There are two acronyms that have the same there are two conditions that have the same acronym. Which one? They don't. I don't really get why people think that borderline what is it? Bipolar. Bipolar is one word, isn't it? Is it? Surely it's one word. I don't really understand people saying bipolar as BPD. But I'm talking about borderline personality disorder anyway. But also I'm not, because I don't think the diagnostic model is very helpful, and I spend a lot of time in my essay arguing against it. But ontological security is also very much about being able to make sense of the world around you on a day-to-day basis and have events in your life fit together into some sort of narrative you can tell yourself. And there will always be things that challenge this. The death of your parents. Extreme illness in family members. You hurting other people can absolutely wreck your fucking sense of self. Losing people very important to you in all sorts of ways. Moving house threatens your ontological security, and if you have to do it a lot, especially when you're a kid, it can be really bad for you long term. And like those kind of events, they're traumatic and they leave a wound, and you have to heal from the wound, and it takes a long time. And ideally, you go through a handful of them, right, in your life. You have a very comfortable, happy life, and you live in Surrey, whatever, Epsom, you know. And you go to like a massive house, and you got some pets, and like at an early age, a pet will die. And this is a threat to your ontological security because you won't see the pet every day anymore, and this is why death begins to be an ontologically destabilizing thing. And at some point in your childhood, you move house. And that's ontologically destabilizing as well, but you overcome it. And at some point, some number of your grandparents die. And that's it as well. And then things are okay, but maybe you go through puberty, you move out of your parents' house, you go to university, you live on your own for the first time. All these things that are complicated, have some positives, but they're tricky. At some point when you're older, your parents die, right? And this is like a pretty happy overall life, with some things that hurt you deeply, but you move through them. Climate change, ad starts in 4 minutes. Fuck that right off. No, it doesn't. Death doesn't need to be that. I feel it's more that our culture deals with death in a very unhealthy way. I think our culture deals with death in a very unhealthy way. Also, like, the things that people talk about to be healthier to deal with death, you know, I have some experience with these things, and I find that while they help you move through it faster, it doesn't take that away. Like, it doesn't take that away. When my dad died, I sat with his body for a long time. I chatted with him. And, like, this was incredibly helpful in moving through grief. And was something very specifically that people who talk about death and the process and ritual around death say that, like, we don't do this enough, right? And I found this to be significantly better than other deaths I've encountered, proportionally to, like, my relationship to those people because of doing that. But I don't believe death can just not be a thing that fucks you up in this way. Like, you can move in different ways. You can grieve in healthier or less healthy ways for yourself. But everybody grieves differently. And everybody grieves differently, and it will always hurt. Climate change is going to cause a majority of people in the world to need to move house. It's going to kill such a large number of people that probably a majority of people in the world will know. It makes you sad, but being sad in itself is not an issue. Sad is a natural feeling and an important one. I don't want to get into an argument here, but I feel you are misunderstanding me in a way that perhaps is just semantic. So I don't really want to, like, pick it over and spend loads of time on this. I think you can understand what I'm saying. Like, I think that what people call negative emotions, it's typically driven by a shame. People don't like to be seen in emotions that they feel as negative. I know lots of people who get angry, and this is one of their main outlets for trauma and pain, and they don't want to be seen angry. They would hate to be remembered as an angry person. I cry. I cry a lot, and sometimes like very like explosively. I can't properly communicate, and I'm very distressed. I hope that people will not remember me first and foremost that way. People have known and loved me when I'm gone. I think it's shame that drives people to call those things negative feelings, but there is still a trauma at play, and death causes a trauma, and I really don't want to argue over whether that's true. So that core, just like, had a long period of my life where housing was pretty unstable for me and my parents. Was lucky enough to be able to stay at my friends' houses and stuff, but it was still awful and kind of traumatizing. Happened just as I entered adulthood. Yes, and that, yeah, absolutely, like, affected, yeah, your ontological security, like not knowing where you're gonna live as well. Like that also has a huge impact on you. Climate change will cause a majority of people in the world to need to move house. It will probably cause a majority of people in the world to know someone who's died because of climate change. It will cause disability, it will cause sickness, it will cause premature death, it will cause unemployment, it will cause so many deeply ontologically destabilizing things, and it will, at the same time as all of this, there are like very direct impacts on people's mental health. Like, if we're not calling, like, I don't know, you are prone to experiencing like auditory hallucinations, and one day you're just kicked out on the street, right? Like that's, I wouldn't even really call that an indirect thing, but there are direct, unbelievably direct things as well, like schizophrenic people die disproportionately during heat waves, like some medications that people take interact like very badly with being too hot or too cold, being ill because pathogens that are not native to your region have moved there, and so on. Satanic Waldo, no worries, no apology necessary. Just wanted to like clarify on that. I think we are seeing a popular rise in this resistance against fascism now that aligns with how I believe change will happen and is happening. And I believe that the ins and outs and hows and whys of how people organize to change the world right now, you know, not all of them are conversations to be had by people with a public platform. Like, as much as I try to make my thing talking about how we organize, and doing things like promoting DIY HRT guides, or, you know, this project I'm going to do about long-range radio and like the preservation of knowledge and communications through things other than the mainstream internet. Even when I try to make my stuff that centrally that, there are conversations that organizers need to have, that they need to have offline. Ezra Klein is so far away from giving people a practical advice outside of electoral politics. He's describing himself here as a political strategist, and believing and thinking in terms of political strategy, like how do we win the next election. But even then, like, there are just so incredibly obvious, I'm sorry I'll say it, obvious answers for how political strategy could be done differently. They just are. They just literally are. And like, if we'll watch the next bit. We'll watch the next bit. He does talk about running Democrat candidates who are anti-abortion. And I wonder if he would be okay with running Democrat candidates who are anti-Israel. Like, not that the Democratic Party would ever have them, but like there's always the sneaking suspicion that, you know, someone who says we should just build a broad church, work together with people who say things we don't agree with, that the things they say it's okay for us to not agree on are things that they just don't actually care about very strongly. And to be fair, I haven't actually looked at Ezra Klein's record regarding the genocide, but I do know broadly the side he's been on. And yeah, I'd be curious about that. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I'm doing my job right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing my job, including if you're a VOD watcher. Hi, VOD watchers. I haven't actually said hi to the people watching the VOD. I've praised the people watching the VOD. I'm really looking forward to your comments on this particular one, because I think we're doing something interesting in that it's a bit different from the liberal slop stuff. That we are responding to Ezra Klein's great admission of his complete impotence and redundancy in the world, that isn't an article. This is interesting to kind of see how we got here and the systemic stuff going on. Looking forward to VOD comments. I'm doubtless we'll be reading some out next time. But if you're watching VOD, you can also go to my Patreon. Make sure you're supporting me on Patreon. My Patreon is my main income, and it has gone down and down and down, and is like less than a third of what it used to be. It's a very scary time. If you're watching the stream live, you can help me out by paying for the stream if you'd like. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. When I get to £350, I will tell a 10-minute long joke. Okay. Ezra Klein running Democrat candidates who are pro-life.
I feel very conflicted about that question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime. And the role I somehow have is sometimes that. But I am in the business.
I think he's almost crying here.
I'm a political opinion writer and podcaster and so on. And I'm in the business of political persuasion. And I feel like me and the people who believe what I believe, not narrowly speaking, but, like the whole broad coalition, have failed in a really consequential way. And I think it is.
You feel like you failed in your work?
I think there are places I failed. I mean, I think there are things I got right too. Like, I think we shouldn't have run Joe Biden again. I think I was right about that. I think I've gotten a lot right. But I think I've gotten definitely things wrong. But I think we are here now, right? That's what I would really say. And it is forcing me to rethink things I would prefer not to rethink. I will give you an example because people are mad at me on this one right now.
Please.
I said in a podcast with my colleague, Russ Douth, that he was pushing me on left radicalism. I was saying, I don't care about left-wing radicalism. I don't think it's some great threat. I don't think it's a huge political problem. I worry about
fucking Ross Douthat, one of the most embarrassing fucking liberal slop writers of all time, and also here, like, Ezra isn't worried about left-wing radicalism. He's not worried about it. Like, implicitly accepting that there could be something to worry about, but it's not strong enough to worry about.
About left-wing pessimism, fatalism, that we are losing and don't want to change anything. And I said that the question for me is, how do we win Senate seats in places like Kansas and Missouri and Ohio? I said, I would like to see us doing things like in red states, and here I meant redder than those, running pro-life candidates. People got real upset about that, and I get why. But in 2010, when the Affordable Care Act passed,
people got really upset about this person who can't get pregnant, saying we should run anti-abortion candidates. That's nuts. That's crazy. That's just so crazy. That's wow.
There were 40 House Democrats who are pro-life at some level. You had to do this whole negotiation with this guy, Bart Stupak.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And on the bright side, you don't have to have those negotiations now. And on the downside, you can't pass the Affordable Care Act. And the point is not that issue, right? That one issue.
Did that win them their elections? I just don't know. I just don't know when he's saying things like there are 40 House Democrats who are anti-abortion on some level. I won't be saying pro-life. Fuck that. I know it's semantic, but fuck that. 40 House Democrats who are anti-bodily autonomy, anti-reproductive rights, abortion access on some level. Did they win their elections because of promising that? And could there have been Republicans who would have won if they had promised access to abortion? Because he is treating it as fundamentally a topic that is unpopular, that people need to be won over on, and so on. And I get that America's very Christian. Like, I appreciate this and think a lot about this, and in order to try not to just to see past my own, non-religious bias. But it's half of people. It's half of all people, have a fucking womb and ovaries and can get pregnant and could need an abortion at some point. And 1 in 3 people who could get pregnant will at some point get an abortion. And the vast majority of people confronted with the situation where they would like an abortion get an abortion, even if they said previously abstractly, maybe in a survey, that they wouldn't. And the majority of those are people, the vast majority of people who get abortions also are mothers. They're people who already have kids and don't want more, maybe because they can't afford it. Yeah.
Although things like, the example, say Susan Collins, where she's in theory pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as leader. Right. Like, that's how you build power on some level, right? If you have those, Joe Manchin, like, I wish he were still a senator from West Virginia, as much as I have deep disagreements with him. I think that I am a person, I think you are a person, whether you admit it or not, who is one of the people with a, voice in shaping what our political culture is. And I believe at some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think it means exploring things that are uncomfortable.
Political strategy is downstream from political culture is a really fascinating example of this thing. I mean, where their theory of change, liberal slop writers here, has similarities to like a Marxist analysis of society, right? This is very similar to Gramsci's idea of the base and superstructure. And yet creates a monodirectionality that is always pointed towards the right.
Well, and being pretty disciplined in a way maybe I haven't been about separating the question of what I believe from what I believe will win power. Because I currently think that the cost of losing power is horrifying and dangerous, and we can't keep doing it. So that's where my head is.
Can we stay with that exactly? Because
I don't
think, and I don't.
I like Ta-Nehisi's response here, so I will let him carry on without too much interruption from me. But I also want to say here, because it's important to me, the belief in like tough rolling up my sleeves grown up politics where I'm gonna do all the hard decisions and the compromises on people's basic human rights that doesn't actually affect me because I'm a cis white man, Ezra Klein. This belief is founded in the idea that left-wing ideas just are unpopular. And they just wouldn't have to work so hard to publish media to propagandize us, to gerrymander the districts, to refuse to ever run anyone who has any left-wing ideas, to just generally shut out leftists from bourgeois electoralism at every level. They just would not have to, if left-wing ideas were unpopular, would they? Like, let's just stop being silly buggers about this for a second, right? Like, let's just, like, actually do, like, just, like, Ezra, I'm talking to you on a private channel. No one else can see this part, Ezra. I need to stop with the silly billy time for a second. And I need to just like acknowledge here that like they wouldn't, like you and I both get that, right, Ezra? Like they wouldn't put all that effort in to making sure leftists never got a fair shot at electoral politics if they believed no one likes leftist ideas. And you are someone with a huge platform. And, you know, I've had this issue with people with huge platforms for a long time, ever since I decided to start using my platform in a way I believe is responsible, is this constant capitulation to the idea that, like, conservatives have a point or whatever. They don't. They just don't. They just don't. And they also, their ideas are not actually organically popular. So, you know.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the immediate thing that springs to mind for me in that question is not who you're abandoning, but how do you square the fact that, in fact, reproductive rights has proven to be pretty popular in red states? And I'm thinking about referendums that have been passed such that they've had to, you know, change the rules. Like, how do you separate that?
When I sort of said this in glancingly.
Like, there are people who didn't vote for Kamala, but give me my reproductive rights.
I think that I was using first pro-life as an illustrative example, but there are many red districts in this country.
Luigi Mangione is on trial for shooting Brian Thompson, the head of United Healthcare, and he has enjoyed at times a 70% approval rate for allegedly doing a murder. Almost no politician in American history has ever had a 70% approval rate. Like, that would make you golden in US politics. If you were president and you started your term with 70% approval rate, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted. You could declare 17 wars before lunchtime, have an affair with a transsexual sex worker, open the borders, and you would still have the rest of your fucking term ahead of you if you did all that shit on day one. Luigi Mangione, for allegedly committing homicide in the name of the American healthcare system is fucked and evil and cruel and garbage and satanic and demonic. 70% approval rate. Like, come the fuck on.
Even think about competing in anymore, right? I'm not talking about Ohio here. I think you have to try things. By the way, not only moderation kind of things, you could try going much harder on economic populism, which some people are trying. I think you might need to combine those two strategies, right? Which is sort of the Dan Osborne in Nebraska approach. I think that I think even before the question of what your policies are, and I believe this very deeply, there's a question of whether or not people feel like you respect them and like them, even if they disagree with you. Before I think people will give you power, they don't even ask, do they like you? They ask whether you like them. And I think a lot of the country feels we don't like them. Do I believe that? I know that. I've seen the focus groups. I've seen the survey data. I've talked to the people who work on this. And that's going to require changing that is going to require making moves that somehow send a loud enough signal that people begin to think
Ezra here
at some level.
Ezra here mistaking himself for the left. Like, really crucially mistaking himself for the left. People don't like us. You. But I'm sorry. Like, no, this part, I promise I'm actually not being mean and saying this to be sassy or mean or shit on liberal slop writers who, you know, I do have this serious problem with. But at the same time, people don't like you. Guy who works for the New York Times. Guy who has a cushy job working for the New York Times. Who spits all sorts of fucking gibberish all the time about political strategy. They don't like you. Like, the tying of the left to people like you is an unfavorable thing that has been done in the reputation of the political left.
Sherrod Brown should be able to win in Ohio.
Yes.
The reason he cannot win in Ohio is the Democratic Party itself is a millstone around his neck that drags him down. So what do you do about? I'm not here to tell you I got the answer.
Yeah.
What I would feel much better about is if I felt there was like a strategic discipline about finding it.
So I just if you will take this very gentle pushback.
Yeah, please.
I think
You're here for it.
I haven't seen exactly what people are saying, you know, online in terms of this, but I do think like what immediately strikes me is if you take, I know you would just, you know, it's not, you know, the example necessarily that you would hold out, you know, about reproductive rights, but I think the problem with musing about that is abandoning it is a very real possibility for people who don't have the option necessarily to fly to another state or do X, Y, and Z. So I suspect when they hear somebody of your status, even if it's not the example you mean, putting it out in the air, like they feel, and it's not just that you're putting it out in the air, it's putting it out in the air, and actually, I don't necessarily even mean that one.
No,
like if you're gonna say that, I think you really gotta.
I'll stand behind
like
it.
You gotta put the data behind it. I think that's really really important.
I will say, and I think this is actually the nub of it, right?
Okay.
Like I'm glad we're sort of here. I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying.
Mm-hmm.
To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead of saying...
He has fallen for the idea of the reactionary working class and the idea... This is an important one. Let's come over to the screen. He has fallen for the idea of the reactionary working class. That the working class are naturally bigoted. That these bigotries do not come from above. Because of course they do, right? They're top-down implementations of divide and conquer ideology. Because he's a very educated man who considers himself a leftist progressive. And because he's a very educated man who considers himself a leftist progressive, he thinks that it's people like him, privileged and extremely educated leftists, versus representing the left, versus the common man being tricked by evil billionaires to vote to the right, because of the things they care about, like stopping abortions happening. And no, that's just not it. That's just not it, actually. That's just not, like, at core, true to how people feel about these issues. Ta-Nehisi Coates' face through this whole interview. Just like he's just cringing his way through it the whole entire time. It's so hard. Look, we're not going to watch much more of this. I'm going to get myself something else to eat and drink, maybe, while I leave this play for a second. We're going to have a little final discussion, so prepare your final thoughts, class. Prepare your final thoughts on Ezra Klein saying he doesn't know what his role is anymore. And then we're going to just go read some liberal slop. Good old-fashioned reading some liberal slop together. And I want to end out the stream on watching Gustavo Petro's speech. A bit of Gustavo Petro's speech to the UN, because it's beautiful and very important.
Expressive or strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect. I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority. And that majority overturned Roe v. Wade. Right. It overturned Roe v. Wade and actually abandoned all these people. Right. Actually fucked them over. Right?
Right.
It is part of, I think, when I say that like the work of politics has become diminished, it is part of how that happened, that talking about this creates this sort of counter argument. Well, even to discuss it is to abandon. In 2008, as you and I both know, Barack Obama ran as a public opponent of gay marriage.
Right.
He ran opposed to it.
Right.
At a time when not only, I won't speak for you, was I not opposed to it, but most of us did not, most of us did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
Like at his heart, we did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
But he was playing politics.
Right.
That playing of politics allowed him to name Supreme Court justices, and that led to the decision that created a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. And I am saying that that kind of playing politics is needed.
I can give you an example from the other side, by the way, too.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother, you know what my position was during the election about Palestine, about Gaza. Kamala Harris was running to be the first Black woman to be president of the United States. You cannot imagine how animated Black folks were. And some would argue the base of the Democratic Party, Black women. You know what I mean? We're going to, see this thing. She was not taking a position that I thought was particularly moral. I had to talk in front of Black audiences about that. You know what I mean? And I had to do the other thing, which was go before Arab American audiences here, Palestinian American audiences here, and say, look, I'm with you. You can be mad at me. You probably will be mad at me. I get it. But for me, politics is the lesser of two evils. We've been fighting this battle for a long time. We have never had the luxury of electing people that represented the best of us. And this is why I'm voting for her. This is a really, really serious thing. And when you hear these Palestinian Americans, and when you hear these Muslim Americans, and when you hear these Arab Americans upset about this, you can't just yell at them. You have to take them seriously. These were hard, very, very difficult conversations. But when I made those conversations, look, man, I had to be buttoned up about it. I just think you take very, very seriously the need to convince people outside of the tent right now.
Okay, so
right?
Timeblind says, potentially falling into the trap of believing him to be genuine, but what the fuck is the point in the Dems to a progressive if they compromise on autonomy? If you compromise on everything and then get elected, presumably by people who are already voting for the party you have made yourself a watered down imitation of, then in what way have you won? Even in nonsense land where this could ever work. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. And I don't think you have to worry about like a trap of seeing him as genuine. I honestly think this guy is completely like sincere. Yeah. I don't know. Class, let's get in your final conclusive thoughts on Ezra Klein and him saying he doesn't know what his role is anymore. I want to say this about it, right? The same day... Was it the same day this happened? No, it was a couple of days after this happened. This was uploaded 5 days ago now, Sunday or Monday. And on Tuesday of last week, it was supposed to be the rapture, and nobody fucking cared. Tuesday of this week, the global Samud flotilla was approaching Gaza. Italian and Spanish warships escorting them as they're met by the Israeli Navy, trying to break the siege, trying to end the famine, trying to open up a humanitarian corridor. And there was a very real risk of some kind of conflict evolving there. Like, very seriously, right? And even now, like, Israel has kidnapped like 500 people from around the world, and the pressure is on, the race is on now to get like our governments to give the slightest fuck about a supposed ally kidnapping its own, like, their citizens. And that's a place where real conflict is. And we didn't talk so much about the American economy before, but the American economy, right? Let's get this up. Actually, this is probably worth getting up. The AI bubble is the only thing keeping the US economy together, Deutsche Bank warns. Deutsche Bank warns the AI bubble is the only thing keeping the US economy together. Right? The investment in AI and its ability to control people and to make people redundant, to enable more sophisticated surveillance, to automate out all sorts of creative processes. The promise of all of that, the only thing holding the US economy together. AI would require an expansion of the American electricity grid beyond what it currently is. It's not going to happen. AI would require a building of new data centers at a rate that is unrealistic. Almost all the data centers are full. It's like 3% vacancy. Sam Altman himself is saying now AI is a bubble. And it's gonna burst, and it's currently crashing into a wall right now. No AI companies are profitable. Their revenue is high because they're still getting all this bad money thrown in at them, but none of them are profitable. And they're just trying to insert it into everyday life in a way that is unavoidable, so people have to have it. Make it so ubiquitous, people have to have it. The same way, what successes have they had at this before? Productivity tools, workflow monitoring tools and systems and spreadsheets in workplaces. The personal computer, massive success at making their product ubiquitous and in everyone's everyday life. Smartphones, the probably biggest condition, like the biggest success at making their product successfully part of everyone's everyday life and moment-to-moment experience. AI is not going to be like that. It's not going to be like that. And a lot of banks are tied up in this. And a lot of political capital is tied up in this. And the stock prices of all the biggest tech companies are tied up in this. And everyone's going to take a bath. It's all going to fucking fall apart. And the tech sector is really one of the only profitable, the most and main profitable sector of the American economy right now. And the rest of the American economy is suffering really badly, especially under these tariffs. And yeah, when the AI bubble bursts, the tech sector goes. And when the tech sector goes, the American economy is going to shit itself inside out. And I don't know if the government's going to have good money to pay their troops, who are already at a record fucking morale crisis. And at the same time as all this was happening, right, you got the global submerged flotilla, you got the economic conditions nearing this insane crisis point coming up. And these are kind of real crises, the genocide in Gaza and the nearing economic apocalypse of the American economy. These are things that you could make efforts to try and resolve in a way that will not destroy the American project entirely, by moving towards progressive solutions, by the way, to be clear. Towards left and socialistic solutions and so on. Trump and Pete Hegseth and all the generals got together, and they had this big thing where they were just all kind of jerking off together, showing off to each other. Pete Hegseth had this long speech, and it's all about the army's not going to be woke anymore. No more dudes in dresses. Clean shaven, which people have been pointing this out, will reduce the number of black servicemen significantly. And like grooming standard stuff that seems to be relatively trivial, but basically is just them saying, we're going to be an unwoke army and we're going to turn the army on the population to suppress dissent. And it's like, I brought up the Rapture just the week before it because I think it's so like exactly perfectly parallel. Like getting all the US Army generals together in one place where like if, the place got bombed, the US Army would be extremely vulnerable because the fucking Secretary of War, the President, and all the generals were in one location. So a thing that you do, recognizing that it's extremely high stakes to actually do a thing like that, gather them all together like that. And it was to say, we are the biggest dicks, swinging around in the wind. We reject wokeness. And it's this ideological moment, this like bizarre proclamation of something, right? To declare war simultaneously on being awake and upon the unseen is a fascinating contradiction, right? It's the enemy within. It's the rot. It's the bad people and the degeneracy. That's the unseen enemy. At the same time, being woke, being awake, being aware is also the enemy. So to simultaneously declare this is fascinating. And I think, like, Trump, as I said earlier, is magnificent at getting people's attention. Like, one of the best people ever, maybe, at getting people's attention. There have been a lot of people in history who've been comparatively born as rich as him. He has been uniquely good in a way that reveals psychologically he sees being seen and being good as the same. At being seen and getting people's attention. There was a fascinating... At that general's conference, he was talking in front of the flag, and he said, "Everyone loves my signature." Right? Which is just such a beautiful statement of just like, I'm here, and people are looking at me, and everyone loves me. Right? Like, people who are watching who haven't done public speaking, a live stream, a video on YouTube or whatever, things that place you into the public eye, like, might not be aware of the kind of felt risk of massive meltdown that you experience. Like, the risk of just, like, losing control of how you appear to others and being publicly shamed is intense. It's part of why I think that every public figure should be required to admit to having done psychedelics, and if they haven't, they should be asked to do psychedelics before they can participate in public politics. Because I think that everyone who has, you know, I don't think it will fix everything. I do think it's a bar that there should be. Because I think this, like, being seen, people looking at me and seeing me and thinking I'm good because they're seeing me, because I'm getting the attention, because I'm the main character of the whole world. Like, everyone who's done psychedelics understands that if you could get everyone in the world to look at you, you couldn't control what they think. And you couldn't make the world your reality just because everyone's looking at you. And that's what it is, right? Like, to get together all the generals, to say, everyone loves my signature when I write my name that means me in the way that only I do, that's me, everyone loves me. And in the same speech, Trump said that the left, he was expecting a big fight, but they've basically just given up. And that, again, is about spectacular politics, right? Like, in the game of spectacular politics, crudely put, the winner gets seen the most. To be the main character is the biggest success of spectacular politics. So congratulations, Donald Trump. You did win that one. Like, you did win the spectacle. And it's the fact that, like, the modern imperial core left is so quick to pick apart anyone they see as a hero, to find any kind of fault with them, which is something that the right wing has, like, completely become aware of, not to mention, like, the intelligence services and police forces and so on, that if you can provide a credible way to get people mad at this person in a social justice-y way, Corbyn and anti-Semitism, then they're cooked immediately, right? Like, there's this one thing people can say about them, and people on the left will just dismiss them immediately if that's the case, or if that thing is said. But Trump is doesn't experience shame, as far as we can tell, just never feels shame. And people say whatever fucking thing they want about him, but he's very good at controlling the conversation. And so, yeah, like, getting together this enormous military force as if you're about to, like, launch a nuclear strike, you know? The flotilla is nearing the Gaza Strip. There are all these leftist dissidents who we're going to punish with our big, strong muscle men. By the way, like, does Pete Hegseth, this is a tangent on a tangent, but does Pete Hegseth get how gay he is? Like, really, really, like, how extremely fucking gay the whole thing he does is? Because, like, I've always been fascinated by which of the like army men and military men understand how gay the whole military is, and which ones like think they're being like macho and cool and are completely oblivious. He's so gay. Like, he's so extremely gay. But what was I saying? Getting together all these generals a bit as if you're about to run into battle. And then saying what you think reality is, and then going home and going to bed, and just that's the day. And he's saying, you know, I expected more pushback from the left, but they've basically just given up. And he means in the world of spectacular politics, because that's all Donald Trump can see, obviously, is the world of spectacular politics. And yeah, I find in the middle of these two events, the rapture, the date of the rapture came and went, and a lot of people in the evangelical cult bubble reality maybe got ready for it, but nothing happened. And then it's just not being mentioned anymore. Just oops, don't nobody look. Like, yeah, there wasn't a rapture, oops. Tom of Finland moment. Tom of Finland had sex with a bunch of Nazis and said that he found the contradiction of them being Nazis and of being gay and fascists. He found that really compelling and interesting. And I've not been able to enjoy Tom of Finland since I've seen that stuff. Anyway, Ezra Klein saying, I don't know what my role is anymore, when he's just been like quite meekly critiquing from the sidelines, and has this huge hello Maxwell SCC fascinating first message in the chat. Hello Link Retro, nice to have you here. So you're also a first time chatter. I'll complete my thought in a second, but if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. You can also go to my Patreon if you want to support me there. Patreon is my main source of income, so it helps me pay bills and eat and stuff. But also, I'm trying to see how many donors I can get from streaming at the moment. So please subscribe, cheer, tip, etc. Right. Yeah. These two very hollow moments, right? Like the rapture not happening, and then a week later, Trump having a big meeting of all the generals, and then just saying like, we're not going to be woke anymore, and then they all just go home. Like, and right in the middle of that, in between those two events, Ezra Klein admits to a sort of hollowness to his entire worldview. And it's like seeing the American spectacle, the trolley, right? Since we're all trolley probleming all the time with American politics. To Distraction has tipped £15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's the trolley, right, that we have to switch the fucking tracks on, and it's on fire, and every fucking American politician, pundit, technocrat, think piece writer, think tank contributor, and even political streamer is just in the trolley. And they're just hurtling along in this reality that barely holds together, that has to contain so much MAGA conspiracism and so much like apology to it by liberals that it's completely off the tracks, and it's still hurtling along, but it's hurtling towards a fucking cliff. And the cliff is this economic crash, and the cliff is like world political bodies like the UN, you know, condemning and opposing Israel and trying to intervene in the genocide. And there are parts of this that the American spectacle can conceive of. Like when people organize and resist the police, when the police are sent to evict them or shut down a homeless encampment or monitor how much aid people take from an aid center, all sorts of things. That will be a response to the economic crash. When people organize and they try to strike, and then the police are sent in and the National Guard are sent in as strike breakers, that will be a response to the economic crash that the American spectacle can process in the terms it understands, which are America strong past good military, big, Jesus good, love Bible, love Israel, hate immigrants, don't like it, there's the door. And it will be able to respond to military forces challenging Israel if military forces challenge Israel, or, you know, the UN challenging Israel, or whatever happens, right? It would be able to respond to that with some amount of force and machismo and good old-fashioned American elbow grease. Is this related to digital ID coming to the UK? Interesting question. But it's like they're fighting in the dark, like, and it's so observable too, right? Like that's what's really fascinating here. We've been saying forever now, the emperor has no clothes. Like it's so embarrassing that Trump believes in these like completely bullshit fake reality, and is trying to get other people to believe as well, and all the people around him are. But like now the emperor has no clothes and is fighting demons in his mind. and the demons are sometimes projected over real people, like immigrants, trans people, or the left. But because they are figments of his imagination, his blows will land on empty air a lot in the process of this, and the fight will not ultimately be won by beating his little G.I. Joes. You know. It's an interesting moment. And so, you know, what is Ezra Klein's role? He doesn't know, because the resistance to this stuff is in organizing to build a better world outside the American spectacle, outside the American experiment or project or whatever terms that liberals love for it. And he can't see that the same way that Donald Trump can't see that, and so can't see the collapse, can't see the pushback. You know, they can't see any of these things. We've got a couple articles to look at. I'll respond to the question quickly from Koala Farmer. Is this related to digital ID coming to the UK? Yeah. So, the UK is trying to... And the digital ID thing isn't going to happen. Like, it's not going to happen. People hate it too much. I mean, maybe it'll happen... But if it happens, it would be something that, like, would push Keir Starmer out of office so fast, his head would be spinning, his square little head would be spinning, and then Reform would probably be able to campaign on revoking it, even if they didn't actually then do it. Even Reform and Kemi Badenoch of the Conservatives have come out saying this is too authoritarian. I don't think the digital ID thing is happening. But yes, it's related, absolutely. I mean, the public-private partnership model of neoliberal politics for service provision for governments is, you know, essential to how neoliberalism works. And government, politicians, civil servants, and so on, making friends and, in some cases, family with people who provide digital surveillance services of one kind or another, has been a central force in the politics of the 21st century so far, and the collapse of the imperial core as it's been ongoing. Tony Blair loved the idea of digital ID, pushed it a bunch of times. It was contributed to his hilarious unpopularity. His son, I think it's his son, is involved in making the software or whatever for like implementing the tech infrastructure for a digital ID. But broadly the UK is doing a lot of like 51st state politics at the moment. Like just a lot of stuff that like positions us as just the 51st state of America. And I think this like push for a mandatory ID that would create opportunities for mass surveillance and abuses of some demographics that to me pretty clearly counts as like trying to join in on the Palantir project. Okay. It's also like on top of we're not going to get it. If we did get it, it wouldn't work. And the American tech collapse is going to probably have some implications for people suggesting this kind of techno neoliberal policy. Okay, let's have a look at the Democrats have an authenticity gap. This is an interesting one. It's about whether we should have a Democrat Joe Rogan. Kind of fascinated by this. I want to have a read through this one. It's in The Atlantic. It's by John Hendrickson. Long-term stream viewers and VOD watchers will recall RFK Jr., the first MAGA Democrat article was written by John Hendrickson as well. What creates the relatable dude bro audience is organic connection, not donor checks. And then here is a picture of a cutout of a guy, presumably Seinfeld. He's doing his famous bit, "What's up with my girlfriend? I keep on trying to get her exemptions from home ec class so that we can go on dates. And her teacher keeps saying things like, she's only 15. Why are you doing this?" And I find the cutout person fascinating for discussing the Democrats, because like just the image of someone who isn't really there. An image of hollowness, right? This is what I'm saying about the rapture, about the meeting of the generals, about Ezra Klein, and now this fits in perfectly with it. An image of hollowness repeating itself across the American spectacle, right? The dead internet conspiracy theory, right? A feeling of hollowness that is pervasive through everything and can be tied to lots of things, lots of factors at play in our politics. But yes, I think the Democrats is really, really kind of fascinating focal point for this hollowness, isn't it? Famished Jet, thank you for joining the chat. It's your first time chatting, and you've said, "Hello, I like your videos. Thank you for being cool and making them." Thank you for liking them. And if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. Let's keep reading. Since President Donald Trump's victory last fall, Democrats have been trying to re-engage with male voters, find a Joe Rogan of the left. Which, like, if Democrats are the ones saying that, like, you guys don't even know what left is. Like, you're just not even left wing, so what are you on about? And even fund a whole left-leaning manosphere. Yay, that's what the left needs, is more misogynists. Young men, Rogan's core audience, were among the voting blocs that definitely moved toward the GOP in 2024, as a comprehensive post-mortem by the data firm Catalyst recently illustrated. In response, many powerful liberal figures obsessively returned to the same idea. If we can't compete with their influential manosphere, why not construct our own? Wow. Wowie. Okay. One high-profile progressive group, the Speaking with American Men Project, I thought that was a thing they were trying out at Guantanamo Bay. Is embarking on a 2-year, $20 million mission to build a year-round engagement in online and offline spaces Democrats have long ignored, investing in creators, trusted messengers, and upstream cultural content, though its leaders say they're not looking for a liberal Rogan. Another effort, and media, and being a Democrat, an acronym for Achieve Narrative Dominance, has raised $7 million and, according to the New York Times, is looking to amass many times that amount over the next 4 years to back voices that will break with, quote, the current didactic, hall monitor style of democratic politics that turns off younger audiences. So, what they're seeing as the issue here is that there's too much politics in the democratic world where you have to tell everyone what to think and educate them on issues. And I'm sorry, we can already see it coming, right? Like, we see where this is going. Chat and VOD watchers. I know the VOD watchers can see where it's coming. When they're commenting, they're going to have this spot on. Right now, chat has said nothing. Just sad. Like, we see where this is going immediately, right? Like, they are going to say that there are niche progressive issues everyone's always trying to educate people on and force them to agree to be woke, and we have to abandon these politics in favor of bloke politics, the other force in politics, right? There's woke politics and bloke politics, and if you can't do something, it's either because of woke or because of bloke, and if you can do something you didn't used to be able to do, that's either because of woke or because of blokes. She's creating a turf war and it's not nice. I'm not creating a turf war. I'm just recognizing that the VOD commenters leave wonderful, thoughtful comments. And, you know, chat could be doing that. That's all there is to it. Didactic hall monitor style of democratic politics that turns off younger audiences. Have you considered the woke bloke? I have considered the woke bloke, actually. I considered the woke bloke at length. Nobody message me, right? I'm going to have a mental health day. I'm going to get some bubble bath. I'm going to listen to Enya. If you ring me up and you say, right, there's a bunch of Millwall fascists cruising around the neighbourhood and they're going to beat everyone with a sock full of pennies, I'll say, yes, let's sort those lads the fuck out. They are anti-migrant. They are anti-trans people, right? I don't know how some of these people can have ever met a trans bird and not get immediately that that's a bird. And I'll want to sort them out if you tell me that, but not today, because today is a mental health day. Today is just for me. I'm just going to do some small wood carving in the shed at the bottom of the garden, right? I'm going to have my bubble bath. I'm going to listen to some Enya. I'm going to remember some nice times me and the missus had. I thought a lot about woke bloke, actually. Extensively. He's very important to me. New type of grumbler, extremely real. Extremely real. Here we go. But in recent conversations with people in all corners of democratic politics, all corners of democratic politics, what a nightmare phrase. What an absolute nightmare phrase. Far left Bernie bros. Disgusting. Seasoned centrists of the DC establishment and rising new voices in progressive media. Interesting. I came away with the sense that Democrats don't have simply a podcast dude issue, one that could be solved with fresh money, new YouTube channels, and a bunch of studio mics. The party has struggled to capitalize on Trump's second-term missteps. It has yet to settle on a unifying message or vision of the future. Given this absence, such a tactical top-down fix as deputizing a liberal Rogan looks tempting. The big problem is, that fix is both improbable and illogical. The party's podcast problem is a microcosm of a much larger likability issue. We are a little bit, too front of the classroom. John Lovett, a former Obama speechwriter and the co-host of Pod Save America. Fuck this guy. told me. In a sense, the show's production company, Crooked Media, already tested the make-your-own-media ecosystem proposition. 5 years after its independent founding in 2017, Crooked announced that it had received funding from an investment firm run by the Democratic mega-donor George Soros. Lovett seemed less skeptical of the new initiatives than other Democrats I interviewed, but also acknowledged some limitations. We believe how important it is to invest in progressive media, Lovett told me. We, the guy who received the check, believe it's really important to give him the check. But in the same way you can't strategize ways to be authentic, you can't buy organic support. The limits of this approach have already become clear. If you're trying to identify and cultivate this and create this idea of a liberal Joe Rogan, by definition you're manufacturing something that's not authentic. Brendan McPhillips, who served as campaign manager for John Fetterman's successful... A John Fetterman guy! A fucking guy who worked for John Fetterman, of all people. Successful Pennsylvania Senate bid in 2022 told me, this fucking insane goose chase that these elite donors want to pursue to create some liberal oasis of new media is just really harebrained and misguided. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, and other prominent voices in the existing manosphere are not inherently political and, even when they do touch politics, don't adhere to GOP or conservative orthodoxy. Although Rogan and Vaughn did attend Trump's second inauguration, both have also been enamored with Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Oh, that's so fucking strange! And recently, Vaughn delivered an emotional monologue about the destruction of Gaza, drawing ire from many of his listeners on the right. In short, these guys are guided not by ideology, but by their own curiosity and gut instinct. Damn, dude, that's fucking crazy. That the guys who are really popular with everyone, see, they have been backing MAGA shit, but they also backed Bernie. What we can learn from this is that Bernie is dangerous and shouldn't be trusted. They see you as dinosaurs. They see you as mummies who will crumble into dust when you're breathed on. Because you are. Because you are. And people want a fucking change. And at this time when like far-right radical changes to the system are popular among a very misinformed voter base, far-left changes are also popular because the material conditions aren't working for people, and you need to change them, and you need to promise to change them, and that's what they'll vote for, you see. And this is obvious to everyone except these people, you know? Like, I return to the hollowness, right? Like, it's obvious to everyone to the point that everyone can be fucking screaming about this stuff now. Like, we'll be seeing this stuff and just absolutely, like, screaming from inside the locked car like Walter White in the fucking meme at John Hendrickson. All right. Fluidity and belief is central to their appeal and helps explain their cross-party success. Their audiences also blossomed over time, not after the stroke of a donor's pen. Throughout my interviews, I heard constant lamentations over the inescapable DC speak in both Democratic politics and the left-leaning press. Left-leaning, right? Like, not the far left, not leftists, not left publications, not Marxist publications, or the spaces of organized labor, or the fucking International, or some shit. You know, there's the Progressive International, even right now, it does exist, right? None of this shit at all. The left-leaning press. And we know what they mean. They mean The Atlantic, where they're writing right now. They mean The New Statesman. They mean The fucking Economist, even though it's actually, like, hilariously right-wing. All the things that Chomsky talks about, how there is this known quantity that the media has a left-wing bias. So you can just say this over and over again and people will believe you even if it's measurably not true. Throughout my interviews, I heard constant normal people aren't out here talking about and paying attention to the kind of things that tie senior Democratic strategists up in knots. McPhillips, who lives in Philadelphia, told me, you can't read white papers and study what goes on in the States from afar. He argued, you have to be there at eye level, talking among real people, talking like a person. What politicians have been advised to do for decades, stick to short cable news hits, repeat the same few points over and over again, are habits that today's voters find, in the words of a senior official who worked both in the Joe Biden White House and on the Kamala Harris campaign. Okay, sorry, so a loser. Sorry. So a fucking loser. Why are we... I'm sorry. A fucking loser. Habits today's voters find repulsive. Although this person who asked for anonymity in order to speak freely about party strategy discounted the premise of finding a Joe Rogan of the left as a fool's errand, they did say that from now through 2028, I'm sorry, okay, no, I'm sorry to always be fucking pausing and moving over to this screen, but I need to say this, there's not going to be elections. There's not going to be elections. There's just not going to be elections. I just don't see it. I just don't see a way where it's going to happen. There's just not going to be elections. Democrats should try to infiltrate sports-focused podcasts, paying particular attention to YouTube. This operative has come to view the current moment less as center-left versus center-right and more as a larger battle of institutionalists versus anti-institutionalists. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Huh. The psyche of a liberal in this moment is institution defense. Also, fear. Too many Democrats, they believe, approach every public conversation and media interview with a level of trepidation about what they're saying, not in fear of Trump, but in fear of the wrath of their own potential voters. During her 2024 campaign, Harris reportedly feared the potential blowback within her own team from sitting down with Rogan. Oh my god. If you'd done a good job of it and had shit to say and stuff to offer people, hey, here's free public transport. There, have it. Here's some food. Here's rent controls. Fucking imagine. There was a backlash with some of our own progressive staff that didn't want her to be on his show. Jennifer Palmieri, who advised the second gentleman Doug Emhoff, said a week after the election. This year, some progressives have found a way to break through. Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's proved capable of acing a hostile Fox News interview, has now grown facial scruff and been popping up on the podcast circuit. Several Democrats I spoke with praised how Buttigieg's recent media tour, his appearance on the Brash Bro show Flagrant, was singled out, and Sanders' ability to win over certain manosphere hosts. They're able to do that because they have the confidence and skill to go on a program like that and just be themselves, and people believe what they say because they're being honest, McPhillips told me. So we go Pete Buttigieg trans, and it's his recent betrayal of trans people where he has said... Thank you, Famish Jet, for subscribing. I really appreciate that. You now have some emotes you can use. And everyone else, if you want to pay me for streaming, you can also subscribe. Gay Democrat Pete Buttigieg has weighed in on trans rights, including trans athletes' participation in sports, declaring they shouldn't be decided by politicians in Washington. I see. Is that what's been happening so far, Pete? Have been being decided by politicians in Washington? Have trans people been included because of politicians in Washington? Are you sure? Trans people have been included because of people in Washington and excluded because of... People are wondering, wait a minute, I got a daughter in a sports league. Is she competing with boys right now? Is she competing with boys right now? What? Is she competing with a boy? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy forever. CIA fucking scumbag. People do not find Pete Buttigieg appealing. He's not winning people over, and his moves to betray trans people is not changing that and not winning him tons of fucking votes. Come the fuck on. And you're mentioning that alongside Bernie, who fought against active attacks from his own party from the Democrats, rather, from the supposedly left party, and still was as successful as Bernie has been, right? Compared to Pete Buttigieg, who's been handed everything, and is now trying to be a reactionary to win over people who... I'm so sorry, Sophie. I genuinely know someone who said he was inspiring. I almost puked when I heard that. It happens. I have cop family members. I've met a trans woman who works on the UK nuclear deterrence system. There are some people out there who have made fascinating life choices. Girls will never be as good as boys. I am a progressive. I was watching one of the first Slop VODs last night where Sophie talked about Kidstarter acting as if bigoted people were an oppressed group with a valuable standpoint epistemology, and for some weird reason, this article is giving me serious deja vu. Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy? Oh shit, we have a hype train going on. I don't know how hype trains work properly. Mule, can you explain? But I understand that now is a better time to subscribe and you get more stuff if you subscribe now. Pocket Dearbelly says, it's kind of crazy that no Democrat has ever thought to just advocate trans rights for realsies. Like, I know there's systems at play, but I swear it could actually win an election. I seriously do know this. Like, this is seriously extremely real and true. Like, I think this all the time, that when you say to some fash who's saying, like, we have to have some kind of control on immigration, you go, no, we don't. I want more immigrants. I want to hit the highest number of new immigrants per year we can possibly hit. They're done. They're cooked in a second in that debate, you know? And in the same way, actually standing up for trans people would get these people to shut the fuck up. Like, just shut the actual fuck up completely forever. If you just made really easy to make, by the way, common sense arguments in defense of trans rights. Everyone should subscribe because people will see in the Twitch sidebar and you can unlock new emotes. Very cool. The tragic number of dolls at GCHQ. Yeah, can I talk about, to some degree, like, reactionary trans women in the UK who don't understand how evil the shit they're doing is? I saw a reel yesterday of some a trans woman who does like TikToks and reels. I sometimes enjoy her stuff, and this reel was thank you, Mia, for subscribing. This reel was like the types of trans women you'll meet, and it was like the tabletop gamer, and I was like, yeah, of course I met lots of this, and the furry hacker, and it was just basically doing like Maya Crime U as the character. Because I think that's less of a type, you know, like there are like very online and tech savvy furries maybe is the type they're pointing at there, but they also she had like also made the character just the war criminal, and it's just like this doll who's like, yeah, I work at Raytheon, it's a pretty comfortable salary, I know there's some problems with it, but also it's absolutely how I can afford to keep my 6-person harem. It's me, a 34-year-old, and a bunch of 23-year-olds. And I was just like, fuck, I have met too many, like, rich trans women who move like this, who make moves like this, and do not see the influence that finances are having on their relationships. Even besides, like, whether the thing they're doing is particularly evil or not, you know. Volpix's example there is GCHQ, or no, Timeblind's example, I think. GCHQ. And Anon, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Lord Azuel, Gree the Writer, Leet Artemis, Hey It's Ansel, and Quaff Delicates. You all now have tier 1 subs. You can use Sophie from Mars emotes in my chat and other chats. You can watch this stream without ads. You can put my emotes in other chats and people will go, wow. My goodness, what a sophisticated chatter with such sexy emotes. I bet they watch Sophie from Mars without ads. That's pretty fucking hot. And because it's a hype train, you also get some extra emotes. Yeah, just it really fucking bothers me. Like, it really shows up how much, like, trans feminism is not a complete framework on its own. Like, there are just so many trans women who think that the waking up to how badly trans women are treated is kind of everything. And I'm talking about white trans women here. It's definitely a honky problem. It's a crack catastrophe. And as Fanon points out, money whitens, so it's a rich white doll problem, most of all. But it's fucking crazy to me. It's fucking crazy to me because it really should wake you up to like the urgent need for solidarity across types of struggle, and that like you can't be working for Raytheon or Elbit Systems or fucking Rolls-Royce or some shit. Amazon, GCHQ, whatever. And trans women who are pro-police as well, right? I'm not going to read the V-coding thing again. I'm just going to trust the people who are here who've seen it, know about it, the people who know about it, the people who don't. You can look it up if you want to at your own peril. But, like, I just, like... Widow says I need to drop out immediately. Drop out of what? But just, like, you cannot be trans and pro-police. Like, that's insane. If, you know what? If that thing I said earlier about, like, people saying, like, there is no... I'm studying computer science. Computer science can be very useful. And if you work hard at looking for jobs, you can find a non-evil job, at least for a little while, that will pay you comfortably enough to be helping people and doing positive stuff in the world. I know this to be true. I studied electronic and electrical engineering. I dropped out, but I do wish that I hadn't and had that, you know, that degree available for employability prospects. I know I just like fantasizing about dropping out. Okay. I would hate to hear that someone drops out of their degree because I'm ranting on stream. Unless their degree is like how to be Hitler studies. It's like a degree in Zionism. Drop out of that shit. No, but like being trans and pro-police, evil. This is just evil. You just can't be serious. Like, just say you hate black people. Like, just say you fucking despise poor and black and disabled people, and yourself, and trans people, and gay people, the working class. Like, just say it. Like, if you're trans and pro-police, that's just so unbelievably evil. Anyway, I just had to say it. We are now talking about spiritually the same person as every non-ACAB trans person. It's Pete Buttigieg. Okay. How to get in the Hitler car degree. Yes, exactly. Okay. On the Fighting the Oligarchy tour. Oh, Hype Chest. What's this? I don't know what this is all about. I open the hype chest, I share the hype chest, and now everyone is... I don't know, you get an emote or something. I'm sorry that I don't understand Twitch better. It's a miracle that it doesn't make me get in the Hitler car. Like, I'm doing relatively pretty well with how bizarre Twitch is, to be honest. On the Fighting Oligarchy tour and his frequent podcast appearances, Sanders has positioned himself as an accessible and righteously angry force. Faiz Shakir, Sanders' 2020 campaign manager and now an advisor to the senator, told me that Democrats are too far removed from organic and interesting conversations that people want to hear about and have become too reliant on a one-way push at people about the things we want to tell them, rather than actually listening to voters. Maybe because if you listen to voters and try to reflect their interests, you would be a communist. Much to consider. Where are we up to? Listen to voters. Although he himself is a Harvard alumnus who lives and works in DC, Shakir criticized the Democratic Party's perpetually buttoned-up ethos, the opposite of an unstructured podcast hang. He spoke about the power of anger, the defining emotion of the past political decade, as something that many Democrats don't know how to wield effectively. If you're angry, you're uncouth, Shakir said. Calm down, that's not professional. Unless Democrats stop worrying about politely conforming to pre-Trump communication wars, he believes the chasm with voters will continue to exist. Hypothetical new media ecosystem be damned. I'm sorry, like, after they ran Biden again and had to switch out to Harris mid-run, I don't think I think for there to be a left party that popular will is around, whether that's as a vanguardist party or miraculously there's another American election, it can't be the Democrats anymore. I think they just completely cooked it. I think we're gonna have to see some socialist, possibly a green eco-socialist thing. The Democrats are just cooked. Two things can be true at the same time. Many centrist Democrats may be too timid or genteel and lack the moxie to speak with the anger that resonates with voters. But the cause of men's alienation from liberal politics cannot be distilled simply into the perceptions of gentility, nor is voicing rage a plausible way to hack the manosphere. When it comes to podcasts, the medium of the moment, a different emotion reigns. Curiosity. Fucking hell. Hosts such as Rogan and Vaughn succeed across party lines not because they're indignant, but because they're inquisitive and, crucially, persuadable. Their talent is to seem real and relatable without trying. Throughout my conversations, I asked why liberals have not organically produced a figure of Rogan's magnitude and influence. No one really had an answer, but one thing became abundantly clear. No amount of strategic parsing will let Democrats fake their way through this moment. You can't buy authentic communication. No, John, you clearly can't. And the Atlantic has not succeeded at doing that here. Luxandago, who is Wumbo? You'll have to watch earlier in the stream to find out. So if you go to Sophie from Mars streams, my VOD channel, it will be up there. And if you watch the whole VOD, you should understand. Right. Right then. See, the answer isn't people with clear political goal the working class likes. We just need more. We just need a charismatic leader. Yeah. This is like so crazy making, right? Like they're having a communication problem. They're not communicating well enough. People don't get the democratic message, and it's like you have no message. You have no message. You don't stand for anything. You are a fucking shell, just a complete fucking hollow shell, right? I'll bring back up the fucking cutout, right? The issue is not, let's look on screen, right? Let's have a look at this, right? The issue is crucially not here. We see how this is here, and there it is, and it's there, and then we see how this guy, he's not there. They've created a very good analogy here. He's not there. He doesn't exist. There is nothing at core for people to like, to resonate with, to communicate with, to receive a message from, because he's just not there. Because you would have to be socialist to appeal to the median voter, like, successfully. And they think there is just this world of words where it's all abstract discourse, and Trump is beating them because people love fascism. And it's just like, no, that's not that. Okay, we're going to go on to a New York Times piece next. A president's remarks harshly single out men with a particular name. There was just an ad break, so welcome back to people who are just away on the ad break. You can subscribe if you don't want to see any more ads, or if you want to give me money but don't want to give Twitch any money, you can donate using command tip. Yeah. That's about the size of it, really. It's time for Brian. It's Brian time. Obviously, President Petro, much like Wumbo, took an oath to the people, including Brian, and I think that we can all agree, as Genevieve Glatsky, shut the fuck up, is very concerned about this, that Wumbo's oath first, and now President Gustavo Petro's oath, second, has been betrayed. An offhand comment by President Gustavo Petro of Colombia about men with a stigmatized first name has set off a backlash and broader discussions over classism. Classism. Here's the New York Times concerned about classism, which is when people are mean to people of the lower socioeconomic class. Or maybe it also includes when people are mean to people of the higher socioeconomic class. It certainly isn't just the systemic basic structure of capitalism and of constant violence and eternal unending genocide of the poor. It's classism. It's when people say mean things. Just as in the United States, where Karen has become a derisive shorthand for an entitled, demanding woman, Colombia has its own stigmatized first name, Brian, used to refer to a reckless, low-income delinquent. This month, President Gustavo Petro set off widespread criticism after he appeared to take the common stereotype literally to include all men named Brian. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He spoke metaphorically. You're already misrepresenting him. You're already talking like shit. Look, chat, you won't see me get, like, big defensive about politicians too often. And we'll get into why I am being this way about Petro when we watch his speech in a moment. Or some of his speech. But the thing here is just like, they're just lying. I said to Mule, we watched his speech. We'll watch his speech next. We watched his speech, and Mule was so excited to show it to me, and both of us said they'll start talking immediately complete gibberish bullshit about Petro. That's the next thing that's about to happen, is they're about to make up the stupidest fucking shit you can imagine about Petro to try and make people afraid of voting for him, try to make him into a controversial figure. And now it's Brian time. So, one news media outlet checked Colombia's national registry, which listed 165,000 Brians. That is, Red Planet hosts be wrong challenge, brackets impossible. Miss once. Society of Red Planet hosts missed once, and it's just like hell. It's just the Hieronymus Bosch paintings. We are sorry, we need to... Brian, here we go. Brian, it's Brian time. 165,000 Brians. I checked this earlier. This is like 0.3% of the population. This is less people than trans people, proportionally. And the New York Times wants to take very seriously, very, very seriously, the issue of the oppression of Brians. Very serious stuff. Some people responded with satire. Brian Mantilla, a popular social media figure, rallied people who share his name in a video calling for a National Brian Day and announced the founding of the Colombian Brian Association. It's Asociación de Brian Colombia. It's ABC. Burger King even offered a special deal on sandwiches for any Brians who showed their IDs. Now, we'll hold off on watching that video just for a second. I wish I had the translation. Unfortunately, it's very, very funny. Either way, but it's better if you can understand it. And so they just said, some people responded with satire. And then they're quoting from the video as if they hadn't just said it was satire. Beyond the humor, some say comments reveal deeper issues of classism. Juan Mosquera, a Colombian writer and journalist, said names like Brian often originate from English or foreign influences and were common in lower income communities as a signal of aspiration. He's speaking ill of all poor people by just saying that, Mr. Mosquera said of Mr. Petro, adding the stereotype cast young men from disadvantaged neighborhoods as irresponsible womanizers. Here's the thing, right? What Petro said was that there are guys who are poor, who are in poor neighborhoods, who are not treating women well. And I'm sorry because it sucks that that's true the entire world over, but people sometimes don't treat each other well, and there is like an issue there that is worth, like, if you're a progressive president, like, thinking about how we get men to treat women better, actually. And it's insane to just respond to that, not only with you're being classist, that's a stereotype, but you're doing that to try to manufacture consent for who knows what, an eventual fucking coup by the CIA to get rid of Petro, who fucking knows what. All right, let's watch the video, which they admit is satire, that they said this is, that they then quoted from as if it was serious. All right, the Bryans, let's go. Video has no sound. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that's why?
Los Bryans acabamos de ver este video.
Muchachos perdidos en la vida. Yo le llamo Bryans. Te lleva a las mujeres, quién sabe a qué. Y después las deja embarazadas y botadas.
Comunicado oficial.
So Petro was saying, there are these guys everywhere, I call them Bryans. And this is them saying, we are ABC, the Association of Bryans of Colombia, and we are all guys called Brian, and we do all sorts of valuable jobs in society, like nurse and professor and like all sorts of things.
ABC, Asociación de Bryans de Colombia. Desde la Asociación de Bryans de Colombia informamos a la Presidencia de la República que ya estamos cansados. Durante años se nos ha señalado injustamente, nos han convertido en meme y nos han negado el derecho a ser tomados en serio en nuestra vida laboral y personal.
Soy Brian Steven y soy enfermero.
Soy Brian Armando y soy ingeniero mecánico.
Brian David, soy profesor y fotógrafo.
Soy Brian David y soy administrador de...
Here's the thing, guys. I don't think these guys are fucked about this. Like, I don't think they really care that fucking much. Not only because it's obviously satire, but like it's giving this. Like it's literally giving the magicians, the magic circle, or whatever it's called. Like, they say, we demand respect in the video. Like, this is a fucking bit. This is a fucking bit. And Genevieve Glatsky, who... Do we have some more of her pieces? Because oh, look at that. It's the drug trade is rampant in Colombia. Oh, it's Venezuela is flooding the US with drugs. Oh, wow. It's almost like she just consistently is fearmongering about how scary communists in South America are. It's almost like this is a consistent thing she does as her role for the New York Times. I will say, though, right, a president's remarks harshly single out men with a particular name deserves to be a liberal slop Hall of Famer. Like, just in how mechanically and perfectly and nonsensically gibberishly they produced the exact thing Mule and I said would happen as soon as Petro came out and said what he said. They immediately were like, we need anything on this guy. Oh, there are some Bryans who are upset. Well, we'd better fucking invade Colombia to protect the human rights of Brian. Like, even the closing thing we have here is just a Brian saying, we're sort of fed up. At the United Nations last week, Mr. Petro called for President Trump's arrest and addressed pro-Palestinian demonstrators outside UN headquarters in New York, calling on US soldiers to disobey the orders of Trump. Hours later, the US State Department announced it was revoking Mr. Petro's visa. Now that was an interesting paragraph to include in this, isn't it? Like, that's quite an interesting little, like, snippet to put into your article about these Bryans. It feels almost like there's an interesting news story going on there that, like, maybe someone who constantly covers affairs relating to politics from South America should maybe be talking about. Like, maybe it's important to talk about something that's going on if the president of Colombia has his visa revoked and he said that Trump should be arrested and people should disobey his orders. Maybe there's something significant going on that if you were a correspondent for South America for the New York Times, then maybe, like, you would write about that. And it's interesting to see that Genevieve Glatsky has not written more on this topic. So I guess we're just going to have to go find out for ourselves what that's all about, aren't we? So that's Gustavo Petro, UN Hague Group speech. And we're just going to have to watch a bit of it, I reckon. It's the one. Ooh. I'm not going to get my tinfoil hat on right away, but this is a little bit hard to find the one I'm talking about. Alright. I know where it is linked, because Mule linked it in the Red Planet Discord general chat. Here it is. Bing bong. Alright. So we're going to have a bit of a watch of this. But I really would encourage everyone to watch the whole of this themselves. I'm going to put the auto-translated English subtitles on. They are mostly pretty good. But yeah, please watch this yourselves on your own time, because I think this stuff's really important. Yeah, let's jump into it. Okay. I've got no sound coming through so far, is that? Let's have a look over here. Maybe make these a bit smaller as well. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Bien, un saludo especial a las y los representantes del movimiento juvenil palestino, distinguidos representantes del Grupo de la Haya y demás organismos internacionales presentes hoy, funcionarios del Gobierno de la República de Colombia. Espero que este español pueda ser entendido por todas y todos. Medios de comunicación nacionales e internacionales y en general a todas y todos los asistentes. Bien, ya un poco cansado porque los años ya no me dejan mucho. La jornada que hemos tenido en Nueva York, larga, ahora partimos para Bogotá. A veces no sé qué me espera más, si ir hasta allá o quedarme aquí, que es mejor o peor. Por aquí no creo que me quieran mucho los gobernantes, pero pero ahora que tuve la oportunidad, además de caminar calles, entramos a algunos lugares públicos, restaurantes, etcétera, a comer. Me ha emocionado mucho como personas ajenas a Colombia, los colombianos ni se diga, digamos.
Maybe I'm going to go into here-ish. I think we start talking about the dignity of immigrants.
Traerlo, porque yo sí creo que tenemos que llevar los migrantes a Colombia.
Yeah, here we go.
Los quieren. Donde están sus familias, sus amores, sus recuerdos, sus nostalgias. No sobran, nos hacen falta.
I love seeing the guys in the Orthodox guys in keffiyeh. Yeah, me too. It's great, isn't it? What's great in this speech, I think, repeatedly, is just like this. He's saying stuff like, "Migrants are not superfluous. We need them," and it just feels so rare now to see a world leader take a stand in that way. But this isn't why this like matters. What he's doing here. He is bringing emotion to the UN, and we'll see what it is.
es una excusa. Una excusa.
See there where he said, if things are really shit for you, you end up taking drugs or shooting yourself. That was him just making fun of the working class. He was imagining a guy called Brian doing that and laughing his head off, right?
Las personas que realmente son muchas, que piensan que existe una raza superior, tengan certeza de un gobierno que va a hacerlos ser una raza superior y echar a las razas inferiores. Si no es que encarcelarlas en campos de concentración, si no es que matarlas. Y no existen las razas, nada más acientífico. No existe la raza es una construcción de la humanidad, genética sobre los animales, no natural. Tuvimos una gran lucha por el tema de los toros de Lidia, los países latinoamericanos, herederos de España. Entonces siempre los defensores de esas corridas decían, es que si desaparece la corrida, esos toros desaparecen. Pongan un solo toro de Lidia en medio de 100 vacas y verán lo que pasa. No desaparecen. Lo que pasa es que nacen terneros y terneras que no son como el toro de Lidia. Y así se podrían mezclar y aparece la realidad. Y es que no es una raza, es una especie.
There we go.
Y por tanto, cualquier vaca pintada de cualquier color.
So here he spends a little time on how scientifically race is a nonsense concept, which is really, again, just like really lovely to see someone say, and he's taking the time to say that at the Hague Group, where nations are getting together to condemn Israel and to try to figure out ways to get the ICJ ruling that Netanyahu should be arrested to actually be enforced. He goes on to talk more about science in the middle of the speech.
Uno podría insultarlo, lo que sea.
Oh.
Pero dijo exactamente el sentimiento de mayorías en la población blanca, más de viejos que de jóvenes, porque yo creo que ningún joven cree eso. Y afirmó que no existe la crisis climática.
Here we go.
Que eso es un cuento, que eso no es realidad. Es decir, dijo que la ciencia...
The people in the audience as well being fucked up by
Cuando
this.
se dice eso, que la ciencia de todas maneras no dice verdades certeras, porque su proceso es dialéctico, tesis, antítesis, síntesis,
there we go.
Lo dijo.
And at this point, real liberal slop heads, real fucking, real old heads in the chat will see this guy's a real one and where this is all going. He's referencing Hegel, right?
Antes de Hegel, Lao Tse y los pueblos guambianos de Colombia son dialécticos.
But this also really beautiful. Like he points out that the what are they called, Guambiano people of Colombia, an indigenous group of people in Colombia, also have dialectical philosophy and have for a lot longer than the Western tradition.
Urrego debe hacer un escrito de eso. ¿Dónde está la dialéctica de la filosofía de los pueblos indígenas? Que son antes de Lao Tse y antes de Heráclito y antes de Hegel. Nosotros estamos aquí hace 30.000 años. Yo digo nosotros porque yo también, como todos los colombianos, tenemos toda la sangre del mundo en nuestras venas, entre ellas las de nuestros ancestros americanos. Y nuestros ancestros tienen 30.000 años de estar aquí. Y los ancestros de Trump tienen 100. Esa es la matemática.
I'm sure I've lost something in the translation here, but I love him saying like every person contains all the blood of the people of all the worlds, and you know that's why I'm saying we when I'm talking about people's knowledge and culture that's gone back 30,000 years, but not Trump. He's got to be like, guys, I just got to be real with you, not Trump though.
300 siglos en América. 300 siglos. Y este señor tiene...
Hegel mentioned, yeah, exactly. You can see why I was so hyped when Mule sent me this.
Decir que nos vayamos de aquí. Nosotros tenemos más derecho legítimo de andar desde Alaska hasta la Patagonia, porque todo eso lo andábamos a través de generaciones Los pueblos
He's right.
indígenas amerindios que llaman
He's right.
ancestros
He's
sabían
relentlessly
más
right.
matemáticas que los europeos. Sabían encontrar las estrellas más que los europeos.
That's right.
Teníamos el algodón, tengo lino ahora, pero el algodón que salvó a Europa de la peste. Mal que bien éramos civilización y la destruyeron. Algo sobrevive y eso algo sigue resistiendo. Millones y millones en un genocidio. No hubo un encuentro entre Europa y América, hubo un genocidio. Y lo hicieron los europeos. Y parece que la historia del genocidio no se aparta de Europa. Se repite, vuelve, por más democracia y revoluciones que se hagan. Pues el señor Trump está otra vez en un genocidio y dice que la ciencia no existe. Hay un filósofo que leí en mi tiempo. Él fue un revolucionario práctico.
I love this line, by the way. Pay attention to this line. This is really important.
Un tiempo en que los revolucionarios eran
I mean, pay attention to the whole thing. But like, this is a great thing he references here.
filósofos y actuaban en las barricadas al mismo tiempo. Peligro de morir. Por eso lo primero que hizo Hitler fue recogerlos a todos y a él lo persiguió. Hannah Arendt vino a parar aquí. Él se llamaba Georgi Lucas, húngaro, y estuvo en la revolución húngara en los años 20. Stalin cometió un error y es que hizo el Tratado de Yalta para proteger a Moscú y no para crear la revolución mundial socialista. Y abandonó las revoluciones que habían reales.
Yep, we got a world leader in 2025 standing up and saying Stalin abandoned the world revolution. We can we're going somewhere with this.
Grecia, España, Albania, Yugoslavia, que la recogió. En Hungría hubo uno, Georgi Lucas la vivió, estuvo allí hasta el final, tuvo que salir. Se acabó el imperio austrohúngaro. Y escribió un libro en 54, después de sobrevivir a Hitler, que se llama El asalto a la razón. Y el libro, hay que ver si todavía existe o editan el libro, es un compendio que analiza la transformación de la filosofía alemana.
If incidentally anyone's trying to understand, there was a real guy called Georgi Lukács, and I've linked the Wikipedia there. This isn't some kind of bizarre Star Wars bit.
Que Alemania se jactaba de la mejor filosofía del
He's
mundo.
cooking. He is cooking. He is cooking. He'll keep cooking. He's going to keep on cooking more and more.
Hegel, no tenía sino a Feuerbach, etc. Y
Sorry, the auto-translate there saying Kant, Hegel, and Ferb. Like Phineas and Ferb.
la más abstracta, yo diría la más profunda, uno de sus filósofos más dignos hoy, es Habermas. Tiene un coreano que nace en Alemania, él es coreano de físico, pero alemán, Chu Chung Han, yo no me acuerdo, que es excelente y que dice, la esperanza es la que hace nacer las revoluciones en el momento en que uno está entre la vigilia y el sueño, que es el momento de la ensoñación.
Hope is what gives birth to revolutions in the moment when one is between waking and sleeping, which is the moment of reverie. Incredible, incredible line. I love this so much.
En la ensoñación nacen las revoluciones, dice él. Pues bien, esa misma Alemania empezó a derivar en los años 20 a una forma de irracionalismo mental, no solo de los filósofos, se creó la corriente irracionalista, sino de la sociedad. No creer en la ciencia, creer que el ser humano no puede conocer, que nos queda imposible conocer, decían los posmodernos, porque estamos rodeados de un lenguaje que nos encarcela y vemos ese el lenguaje, no las cosas reales. Tesis así parecidas, nunca podremos conocer la verdad.
Wild how the only rebuttal to this so far is he was mean to Brian's. Look, no, we're familiar with how the liberal media establishment does their thing, okay? It's going to be two things. Finding anything they can say to say this guy is evil right? He's oppressing Bryans. He's putting Bryans in the re-Bryanification camp. He's trying to get them to convert from Bryanism to Christianity or to state atheism. He is stripping Bryans of human rights. We've interviewed a Bryan who escaped Colombia, and he said that all the Bryan genocide is well underway in Colombia. But we haven't even gotten to like what he's doing yet, right? Like this is, but sorry. And the other thing they'll do is ignore. Just like, it was very well performed. I will give this to them, right? Like I will hand it to them completely. Full round of applause. It was very well performed. The 2016 shock at how Trump took advantage of them all. Oh my God, how did he get in? How did we allow this to happen? What happened? What the fuck? What the hell? But when Bernie came in, they ignored him. Because they knew even negative coverage would give him attention and let his policies speak for themselves. And so they know when they need to ignore something. And that's, it's significant.
Pero la ciencia nos ha demostrado que es la lámpara la linterna de Diógenes. Que lo único que tiene la humanidad, y respeto aquí todas las teorías religiosas, es alumbrar con la linterna de Diógenes por qué camino tomar en la noche. Y ese camino es el de la ciencia, la linterna de Dios.
Would that be more of a trot take? As a tanky, my version would be like, the Red Army shouldn't have stopped until they hit the Atlantic. I think that's aligned with what he was saying. He said that they signed the Yalta Treaty to protect Moscow rather than to continue world revolution. I think that's... Either way. The message from Timeblind: they cannot acknowledge a word of what he says. They cannot agree. They cannot argue with him because it would be suicide to present his argument. Yes, we're going to get into his argument properly. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead again just because I want to make sure there's time for it before I have to end the stream. His point here is that climate change is this global genocide, which we know is true. Right? And that the complacency and complicity of people with regard to the genocide in Gaza is a test and an experiment to see if they can get away with doing genocide in front of everyone, and so we must fight them now for the benefit of the entire world.
No, yo no estuve ahí, pero mis amigos sí, y varios ya murieron. Y esa anécdota tiene que ver con cómo nosotros confluimos en la lucha misma con la Palestina contemporánea y aplaudimos su proceso de paz y lo acompañamos. Y Yasser Arafat supo del M-19 y recogió nuestras banderas. Dicen que lo asesinaron, esa misma bandera, ondeó en los campos, en el desierto del Sahara. Y Muammar Gaddafi quería que fuéramos a tomarnos un pueblo en Chad, pero nosotros dijimos que no teníamos ninguna guerra en Chad. El Chad no era nuestro enemigo, sino nuestro enemigo era otro. Chad, el Araf se llama. Y volvimos a Colombia y bueno, yo creo que hemos cambiado Colombia y la estamos cambiando. Pero no se nos olvida que palestinos y colombianos fuimos hermanos y seguimos siendo hermanos y lo demostramos.
There we go.
Y por tanto, ante el discurso de Trump y la realidad del Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones Unidas, tenemos que darnos por enterados. El último veto, hace poco, de Estados Unidos, único país en vetar el que hubiera un cese al fuego, fue lo que se dijo ahí, en Gaza. No dicen genocidio, pero aún sin decir genocidio, sino que simplemente cesara la barbarie, Estados Unidos se opuso. El único país de 14 del Consejo de Seguridad, nosotros vamos a ser miembros de eso. Un veto y ya, no sirve para nada. La diplomacia hoy, por ahora, no sirve para nada. todos los discursos que hemos hecho, o sea, lo que yo mismo hice ahí frente a la Asamblea y otros muchos, el reconocimiento de Palestina que nosotros hicimos en otro gobierno pasado, de América Latina la mayoría, ya no sirve. De nada sirve reconocer un Estado si van a caer las bombas encima.
Spot on.
Es pura forma. Un tanto para contentarse con la juventud de su propio país que ya no los aguanta.
Yep, absolutely.
Que quieren salir, que quieren cada vez más una revolución.
Oh,
Y eso vemos
a revolution.
En Europa. Yo creo que aquí en Estados Unidos.
That's fucking crazy. A world leader is talking about a revolution, and one coming from the youth as well. Wouldn't that be nuts if there were several revolutions ongoing right now in the world that were coming from the youth?
A la sociedad de los Estados Unidos la están amedrantando como hicieron en Alemania. Poco falta para que caigan los jóvenes de la Rosa Blanca, que fueron los alemanes que se opusieron a Hitler siendo jovencitos universitarios y los mataron a todos. La Rosa Blanca, de ahí viene el nombre. Se llamaba su coalición clandestina contra Hitler cuando todo comenzaba apenas, pero ya se sabía dónde iba a terminar. Aquí ya se sabe dónde va a terminar. Y le corresponde al pueblo de los Estados Unidos dar el primer paso, porque tiene que aislar a su propio gobierno y desobedecerle cuando les ordenen ir a Palestina.
Here we go.
No pueden apuntar sus armas al mismo pueblo de los Estados Unidos. Bolívar dijo una frase, hay por aquí un monumento a Bolívar. Siempre se visita Bolívar, está casi en todos los países. Bolívar, el guerrero libertario. Bolívar usó una bandera que yo uso de vez en cuando y allá me critican, porque no se conoce, la borraron, la censuraron, que se conoce como la bandera de la guerra muerta. Y su bandera era básicamente roja y negra.
Here we go.
Y tenía un marco blanco. Y yo creo que significaba lo mismo que hoy, rojo y negro, libertad o muerte. Y esa fue la consigna de Bolívar, y estamos hablando de 1819, 15, 14 en esa época. Antes...
Incidentally, I think the Bolivarian slogan has been updated now to be like, we will bring liberty and freedom to everyone in celebration of life, or something like that. It's not like liberty or death. They've decided to stop saying death as an option, basically.
Del anarquismo que usa esa bandera. No sé cuál fue el origen de esos colores, pero eso venía de antes en la historia y Bolívar lo reconoció.
Oh, interesting. I'll say this. I actually do know the history of this, being a bit of a comoid and a vexillology nerd. The red represents the blood of the workers and is the socialist red standard. Came into popularity in the 1800s around Marx's time. The black flag has had many meanings throughout history, but always a very complete outsider perspective, right? Because of its association with a nihilism or death or whatever. In different Muslim sects, the plain black flag has represented the Mahdi and the end of the world and the return of the Prophet and so on. The use of Muslim theocrat sects that have the black flag with some writing on it, right, is a kind of representation of this same sort of thing. It's eschatological, right? It's about the end of the world in this way. Obviously, pirates often flew the black flag as an embracing of death as well. They would be death to their enemies. They also embraced that the only way that they were going to stop being pirates was they were going to get killed. They were living on borrowed time, etc. And in terms of the anarchist tradition, Louise Michel was, I believe, the first to fly the black flag in the Napoleonic War, in the Paris Commune. Louise Michel started to wear all black every day to mourn the dead of the war. She was an incredible figure and worth reading about. And, you know, it was her who I think brought about the black flag as an anarchist symbol. And from there, people who admired her created the half red, half black flag for anarcho-socialism specifically. But if we understand anarcho-socialism without the socialism, we see the black flag, which I think is interesting to see anarchism as an idea of pure political critique, just pure outside critique, radical otherness. Yeah.
Como nuestra bandera, era la bandera del Ejército Libertador, pero usaba el blanco porque le daba oportunidad a la paz.
There we go.
También una alternativa. Libertad o muerte. O por la muerte o por el blanco de la paz. Lo demostró en las conversaciones con Murillo. Bueno, Bolívar está aquí. Y Bolívar dijo, maldito el soldado que levante su arma contra su propio pueblo. Esa fue su frase. Se la repetimos al ejército de Colombia para que recuerde que es un ejército bolivariano y no levante sus armas contra su propio pueblo, que lo ha hecho antes. Y ese es el mensaje que yo les doy. La consigna de la Fuerza Aérea Colombiana, que ahora se llama Fuerza Aeroespacial, porque esperamos cumplirla.
Pretty fucking insane, right? To be saying this guy said disobey Trump's orders and that Trump should be in prison, and to not explain that he said Trump should be in prison for perpetuating a genocide and killing lots of people and being a fascist, and we believe in my country very strongly that soldiers who turn their guns on their own people are cursed, and that's why soldiers should disobey the orders to turn guns on their own people. And all you say about it is, he said Trump should be arrested and that troops should disobey Trump.
Palabra es ad astra. Ad astra es ad asperus, ad astra es latín. Nosotros también venimos del latín y de los viejos romanos. Y somos la herencia más grande del Imperio Romano que queda en el mundo contemporáneo, América Latina. No nos da pena tampoco, porque ellos supieron hacer ejércitos, supieron construir una república, supieron armar leyes, supieron que era importante el conocimiento, nunca lo negaron, supieron lo que hoy Trump niega. Y ad astra significa, ad asperus, ad astra significa a pesar de las asperezas, hasta las estrellas. Luego, en la mente romana estaba la idea de llegar a las estrellas. Y yo creo que así es hoy. Y esa es nuestra consigna en la Fuerza Aeroespacial. Pero no llegaremos hasta las estrellas cuando no tengamos una
Yeah, I mean,
humanidad.
if you watch the full speech, and again, I really suggest that everyone watch the full speech. Widow Abbas has said it's interesting seeing him value both indigenous heritage and Roman heritage in the same speech. He is valuing scientific knowledge. He's valuing wisdom. You could say he's a lover of wisdom, in fact. And he is promoting science and knowledge and truth. And I want to watch for another like 10 minutes or so to show you all where this is going, and then we'll wrap up the stream.
Libre toda, y libre significa toda persona en el planeta debe ser libre.
There we
No
go.
puede haber esclavitud y una humanidad unida.
Patrick O'Treat, thank you for subscribing.
Unida en la diversidad inmensa que somos, que es nuestra riqueza como humanidad, y libre. Seres, hombres y mujeres libres. Hoy estamos lejos de eso. Y una de las peores cadenas a esa libertad aparece aquí, junto a la Estatua de la Libertad, cuando el discurso de Trump anuncia esclavitudes. Esclavitud a la ignorancia y esclavitud de los pueblos, los migrantes. Yo detuve los aviones que mandó Trump llenos de colombianos con cadenas y esposas en el aire, y ordené que no entraran a Colombia, y se devolvieron y tuvieron que recibirlos aquí, y les dije, claro que como colombianos tienen derecho a llegar a su patria, Y quiero que regresen a su patria. Además, les pido que regresen.
Here we go.
Pero no encadenados, porque eso
I love
es
this.
para el ser humano.
I love this so much.
Y un migrante no es un criminal.
A migrant is not a
Un
criminal.
migrante no es un criminal, es un ser humano y se le respeta en su dignidad. Y América Latina tiene que hacer valer la dignidad de los pueblos latinoamericanos. Si no, mejor quitemos todas las estatuas de Bolívar y olvidémonos de él, porque lo que nos enseñó fue dignidad. No puede haber un latinoamericano cipayo, servil. Tiene que mirar de tú a cualquier ser humano del mundo, porque no tiene nada que ocultar y sí mucho que contar. Es mucha la belleza que hay en Colombia como para sentirnos avergonzados. Y eso lo queremos aportar ahora en la respuesta a Trump. Porque si vetaron, acabaron la diplomacia. Las palabras hoy sobran, aunque hay que pronunciarlas. Las manifestaciones empiezan a tener ineficacia, aunque hay que continuarlas y agrandarlas.
He's just saying all the shit.
Hoy
Just
falta
literally all the shit at
eficacia
once.
a detener a Netanyahu. No es posible que haya una orden de un órgano de justicia legítimo y mundial y se pasee por las naciones de Europa y por los Estados Unidos y otras partes como si nada. Miren a ver si un capo del narcotráfico colombiano con orden de captura podría hacer lo mismo. Lo capturan en el primer aeropuerto, porque ellos sí son capturados y Netanyahu no, que tiene una orden de captura.
This is a complete tangent, but the way this woman stares at the camera, she's just like, stop filming me. I would so do that.
Y Netanyahu no, que tiene una orden de captura. Es el mismo Mariners, ejército de Estados Unidos, el que debería capturarlo apenas llega. Y si Trump no lo entrega, pues entréguenlo a nosotros lo recibimos. Recuerden a sus abuelos que yo mencionaba.
He's given an incredible speech so far, and again, please go and watch all of this. VOD watchers, I will put the link to this in the description, especially so you can go watch this. He's given an incredibly beautiful speech so far about the dignity of migrants, the fakeness of racism, the importance of science and human liberty and everyone's duty to each other. And then he's like, words do not fucking matter, action matters, and we will arrest Netanyahu if we get the chance, and furthermore, here's some more fucking actions.
Acá, que están allá, yo me arrodillé, yo no soy muy religioso que digamos, pero respeto el heroísmo humano, la historia humana, y sé que de la historia humana es parte de Estados Unidos. No quemo banderas de Estados Unidos, porque sé que hay un pueblo que ha peleado. Aquí estuvo Sacco y Vanzetti y la canción es hermosa. Y la historia de Sacco y Vanzetti hay que repetirla una y otra vez. La canción la hizo Ennio Morricone, la cantaba, no recuerdo si Joan Baez o ya olvidé, pero siempre la pongo por ahí. Y Sacco y Vanzetti es de una lucha fenomenal en las calles de Nueva York que fue mundial. Anarquistas ellos, dirigentes de obreros, los condenaron a muerte y los mataron por ser rebeldes, por ser obreros, por agenciar la lucha obrera mundial en tiempos en que eso era posible. ¿O no, Edwin, que es obrero de Ecopetrol? Pero yo le digo que hay que acabar ya Ecopetrol para que haga energías limpias y se ponen un poco tristes. Pues bien, a esos nietos de esos abuelos yo quiero convocarlos. Desobediencia civil, así hicieron cuando tenían que ir a Vietnam, a una guerra injusta. La juventud norteamericana sabe cuándo una guerra es justa y cuándo es injusta.
There we go.
Cuando es justa, da su vida con heroísmo, igual que el pueblo soviético de aquel entonces. Y cuando es injusta, se rebela. Y yo tengo que decir que no solo es injusta la guerra en Palestina, porque es que ni siquiera hay guerra, hay genocidio. Y los hijos e hijas de los fundadores de la República de los Estados Unidos no pueden estar al servicio de un genocidio, porque sus fundadores los fusilarían en el acto por herir la propia marca con la que nació Estados Unidos misma, casi al mismo tiempo que la República de Colombia. Y colaboramos unos con otros. Entonces, hoy es un tiempo de rebeldía. Hoy es un tiempo de revoluciones.
Sure is. Sure
No hay
fucking
partidos
is.
para dirigirlas.
Can we all see why they're keen not to talk about what he's saying? Can we all see it?
Hay deseo, hay voluntad. Es de otra manera, yo sé, no se repite la historia, pero llegó la hora de las revoluciones. Una de las cosas que propuse para darle eficacia a la lucha porque se detenga el genocidio en Gaza, porque si cae Gaza, cae la humanidad.
Because if Gaza falls, humanity falls. Because they're carrying out an experiment whose message is aimed at us, who already have 17 young people dead in the Caribbean. To every people in the third world or the south or whatever you want, or who rebel, even in the United States, which has sent its army against the citizens of the states, to intimidate them with the army they consider theirs. It's fear. They want to terrorize us in the world so that we go like a herd to the slaughter without protesting. The slaughterhouse is called climate collapse. While they accumulate their fortunes that won't be of any use to them because it's like Elon Musk's aspirations or whatever it's called, trying to escape from the Earth. And every time he tries with his rockets, they are destroyed. They fly to pieces. He doesn't know how to leave the Earth. The best thing is to prevent the collapse. And to do that, what I proposed is to set up an army to save the world. This is the proposal to raise an army to save the world. We gotta watch this bit, and then we'll have some discussion, and then we'll wrap up the stream. And again, I cannot say this enough. Everyone, please watch this whole speech and share it to as many people as possible.
Nosotros lo hicimos en muy poco tiempo y sacamos el ejército más poderoso del mundo de nuestras tierras, el ejército del rey de España. Se puede, porque hay un mecanismo que se usó ya, creo que en el caso yugoslavo, no recuerdo bien, Uniting for Peace, Unidos por la Paz, Uniting for Peace. Es un mecanismo difícil, lo sé. Me dicen que son 3/4 partes de la votación. Yo pensé que eran 2/3, que es más fácil. De la votación de todos los estados de Naciones Unidas.
Here we go.
Una inmensa mayoría de la humanidad. Se presenta una resolución si tenemos convencimiento de que los votos van a superar 3/4 partes.
If they get 75% of votes, it can't be vetoed.
Organizar el ejército. No seremos nosotros, serán las Naciones Unidas. Orden de la humanidad a Naciones Unidas. No hay veto. Porque es la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Obviamente hay un trabajo diplomático. Hay que conseguir 3/4 partes de los votos.
Yep.
¿Han votado? Sí. Pero ahora es más difícil porque no es un pronunciamiento. Si se vota a favor de configurar un ejército, todos los países que votamos tenemos que ayudar.
They have to commit troops.
Nosotros ya
Yep.
tenemos un batallón en el Sinaí y ya sabe qué es el desierto. Pero puede aumentar. Incluso he propuesto, como sucedió cuando nos quitaron a Panamá, que se abra un listado de voluntarios de colombianos
Volunteer.
que quieran ir a los
Volunteer soldiers in the army to save the world.
y que eso lo hagamos en todas las naciones del mundo.
Global volunteers, even.
Habló con nosotros también. Dijo que ponía 20,000 hombres.
20,000 men from Indonesia.
No sé cómo será el ejército.
And women.
Y vamos a hablar con Malasia y Pakistán.
Is this Petro? Yes, this is Gustavo Petro.
Delegado chino, si ustedes arrancan, lo tenemos ya. Delegado chino,
Hang on.
Malasia y Pakistán.
Were they gonna talk to Malaysia and Pakistan?
Y hoy le dije de frente
Today I told the Chinese delegate,
chino, si ustedes arrancan, lo tenemos ya.
if you start, we've got it.
Ya está listo.
It's ready. Okay, this is the part where I'm frustrated by the auto-translate. That could have been him saying that to the Chinese delegate, or it could have been the other way around.
Nosotros decimos allá en Colombia, sí, cuando queremos enamorar a una mujer, mucho tilín, tilín y nada de paletas. Después nos arrepentimos de haberlo dicho, porque somos víctimas del invento. Pero mucho tilín, tilín y nada de paletas, porque mucho discurso, ¿y qué? Netanyahu está feliz riéndose. No es con esto. Yo sé que una mujer puede...
Formalized international brigades? Yes, he is talking explicitly about forming a volunteer force like the IFB in Syria, like the civil war in Spain, and kicking the fuck out of Israel, and then taking it around the world to combat climate disasters. I know there are people watching this stream now who would volunteer for that.
Sí, es un filo de la navaja. Es que solo si Estados Unidos...
Coalition of the willing, let's fucking go!
Entiende que hay un ejército más poderoso que los puede enfrentar allá en Palestina, se sentarán a negociar. Es lo que creo. Palabra y acción, decíamos, siguiendo al filósofo alemán que dijo, ya llegó el momento en que no solamente debemos interpretar el mundo, sino cambiarlo.
There we go.
Para cambiarlo hay que interpretarlo, pero si lo interpretamos y no lo cambiamos, no hacemos nada. Decía Hegel, alemán también, si las ideas no son acompañadas de los cañones, las ideas se las comen los ratones en las bibliotecas y desaparecen. La historia ha sido así. Primero la idea, después los cañones, dijo Hegel. Y es así. Entonces, claro que podemos hacer un ejército más poderoso. Claro que sé de los peligros de mi propuesta, empezando por mí mismo. Sé que hay países que tenemos con qué. Muchos. Y sé que habrá un voluntariado como hubo en la Guerra Civil Española y ahora en Kobane, norte de Siria.
There we go.
Gente de todas partes dispuesta a ir.
There we go.
Que pueden
There
ser
it is.
millones, ojalá. Que si nos
Millions.
decidimos y convocamos, tenemos una alianza humana. La humanidad con armas. El primer ejército de la humanidad y no de una nación. Ejército que no es para matar, que no se hace para aumentar la lista de tantos muertos que ya tenemos, sino para disuadir, en primer lugar, disuadir el genocidio y frenarlo. Porque si lo logramos, la segunda tarea es salvar pueblos de la crisis climática. Y se necesita ejércitos.
Exactly.
Porque muchas naciones no van a tener ya la capacidad del desastre.
Exactly.
El ejército de la salvación del mundo es un ejército para...
Armies do this all around the world already, act as disaster relief and help people when there's some kind of natural disaster. And the idea of a UN body that has come together to stop fucking kick the Zionist project's shit in and then goes around and helps countries who can't afford their own disaster relief. Like, holy shit. Like, holy shit, actually. Volunteering for that sounds good as fuck. Like, unironically, good as fuck, and I've spent, like, such an amount of my life terrified that conscription was going to come in politically and get me before I aged out of the period of it. And I've been through so much shit. I've made a real resolution with myself, not put myself in horrible situations where I'll get horribly wounded, and yet volunteering for that sounds good as fuck. Good as fuck, right? Defeating Israel and then going around the world saving people from the climate crisis and ensuring a just transition to a communist planet? Fuck yes.
Afrontar el tránsito de la crisis al colapso climático y la barbarie que se va a desatar. Dice una universidad, no recuerdo cuál, prestigiosa, haciendo los modelos esos que tiene, se llaman los modelos de computador, sobre crisis climática con la que el panel de expertos hace su análisis. Y entonces...
Magic Mia says would need like 150 votes in the UNGA, so that seems to be a major hurdle. I agree with that. Apple Chips the video game says the words humanity with weapons hit me in such a way I'm crying. This is a beautiful speech, and this is so fucking meaningful, and I really seriously hope this happens. I really, really, really seriously hope this happens. 150 nations in the UNGA. Yes, that does seem like a big hurdle. I imagine some amount of momentum would carry it forwards. I imagine if it becomes a body that people can already start volunteering for, more nations will be convinced, yes, we should do this. I imagine they've already got... I mean, they said they've already got Indonesia willing to contribute troops. And they're talking to other countries too. I just think if it already began to start to be a body that was taking volunteers, we would see literally millions of volunteers just immediately. And I think if that happened, that might sway, some UN countries. It really might. We got an ad coming up just now. Subscribe if you don't want to see it. I am not gonna... Is the ad playing now? I reckon the ad's playing now. Whatever. I'm gonna not play the speech for a second, but I do want to wrap up anyway. I'm just gonna say instead, if you are enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I like getting paid for doing labor, which I'm doing right now. I really appreciate the donos I've had so far. Would appreciate some more. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. What I would appreciate probably the most of all is more subscribers to my Patreon. If you're watching this on the VOD, please subscribe to my Patreon. I would like that a lot. If you're already subscribed to my Patreon, please send me money directly on streamlabs.com/Sophie_FRM_Mars. Would appreciate that a lot. I think I'm probably going to also put a tip link in the description of the VOD YouTube video. But yeah, let's watch a little bit more of this and then discuss, and then we're going to wrap up.
Hacen un trabajo sobre migración para el año 2070. Para el año 2070 yo no estaré, pero los hijos de ustedes sí. Y estipulan que 3.000 millones de personas del trópico se irán al norte a buscar agua, como siempre ha hecho la humanidad. ¿Qué pasa en estos países si venimos 3.000 millones de personas? Muros, campos de concentración y ametralladoras. ¿Qué pasa si la gente de Bangladesh por decenas de millones quiere ir a la India a buscar el agua? Que son los primeros que se van a hundir, porque son una depresión junto al mar.
Exactly.
¿Los matan? ¿Les dan la bienvenida? Los tiempos van a ser peores, los conflictos peores si no detenemos la crisis climática. Una barbarie. América Central y nuestro país tan lleno de agua tendrían que emigrar a los Estados Unidos. ¿Nos van a recibir? Hoy vemos cómo nos tratan. Luego, ¿qué estamos
I think this is crucial. I think this is really crucial here. This, in terms of what will influence the vote, right? Only some countries who are in a position to receive refugees would have to be in favor of this. Because, say China, right, is likely to be in favor of this kind of thing. But but all the countries that the refugees are so often from, they understand this right here, right? We know how they treat us already. They're not going to accept us when mass migration is caused by complete climate collapse. R. Massery says, tentatively happy to see you return and cheers 300 bits. Thank you so much, R. Massery. I am planning to try and stream on Fridays. We'll see if I do or not. I won't be streaming more than weekly for my well-being, but I would love to, be back now and be doing the liberal slop streams. And occasionally probably just some gaming streams too.
Que detener la crisis climática, y eso se hace deteniendo el carbón, el petróleo y el gas, que no son los culpables, sino el gran capital que los utiliza para codicia, para ganar más y más, vendiendo más y más, produciendo más y más, entonces necesita más y más energía fósil y nos envenena a todos, incluidos.
I will also say I need money, so like I won't be doing more streams if I also don't get money. Sorry to make it about Dashmani, but it is about Dashmani.
Ellos mismos. Bueno, pues ahí se necesita el ejército. No solo.
Countries for whom climate fascism is an option are vastly outnumbered. I completely agree with that. I've ordered a book. What's it called? It's by James Stout, a regular conflict correspondent on It Could Happen Here and Cool Zone Media podcast. And he's traveled around to like Syria, Myanmar, and other places, and he's written this book, and like the subtitle of it I remember better than the title, unfortunately. I think the title's a little bit dry, but the subtitle's like those who cannot wait for the world to change, or those for whom freedom cannot wait any longer, something like that. And that's this, right? That's this exactly. Like there are going to be all these countries who can't wait any longer for things to change, and they're going to be like, yes, we are voting yes, absolutely, we must have this force exist. And I also frankly wonder if these countries, like if the UN vote were defeated, if they between themselves would just be like, dude, we're going in.
La fuerza. Ante los colapsos, la población puede desorganizarse, entrar en pánico. La barbarie será el signo y la muerte de la democracia el otro signo. Si no somos capaces de frenar eso en los próximos 10 años.
Mm-hmm.
Gaza es pequeño comparado con lo que viene. Crisis, colapso climático en todas partes. Por tanto, si ganamos en Gaza, podemos ganar también frente al colapso y detenerlo antes que acabe con la humanidad.
There we go. What's happening in Gaza is tiny compared to what is coming. Climate collapse everywhere. If we win in Gaza, we can win against the collapse and stop it. That's it. That's the core thing I wanted to get across here. This is what he's been saying, and it is completely insane how few people are talking about this. And also makes complete sense because fucking Genevieve Golatsky, fuck off, doesn't want to talk about the Colombian president making moves to try and fucking stop the genocide in Gaza and like stop the massive global omnicide of the climate collapse. Right, I'm gonna wrap it up. It's nearly 11:30. I'm very, very tired. I'm a tired kitty cat. I'm sleepy. I'm meow meow meow. I am working on new videos. Please check out my Patreon. Mule says, after having done a bit of research on Genevieve Glatsky, I'm actually convinced she isn't a real person. No, Mule, you looked into the orb too deeply. This is what happens when you try and figure out what the deal is with liberal slop writers. They're always just like not a real person. You gaze too deeply. It's the uncanny valley. Look, I'm working on new videos, updates for them, and them done when they're done will be available on my Patreon, patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. I want to talk about Red Planet as well. Look, Patreon is my main income. It's how I afford to eat and buy clothes and my hormones, and to also stay like keep my house lit and warm and whatever. My income went down drastically over the last 2 years for reasons I talked about at the start of the last stream. If anyone hasn't seen, you can go back and watch the VOD. And I'd really appreciate just any support that people can give me. So please check out my Patreon as the number one. If you're watching this on the VOD and you'd like to give me money as a one-off, you can. There'll be a link in the description. I still haven't thought about who is good on Twitch, so for raiding someone, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to skip it again this week. I'll try and think about who's good to raid next week instead. Anything else to say? Yes, Red Planet. So the Red Planet ZAD documentary, the Zone à Défendre, the ZAD de la Notre-Dame-des-Landes. This is a massive eco-socialist commune in the south of France near Nantes. They are amazing and showed us a way of living intentionally outside of capitalism. Like, they largely don't use money there at all, and they live in intentional community, and it's really beautiful. And we're making a documentary about them. We went on 2 trips, one in 2023, one earlier this year, and the documentary is in progress. And there will be updates, and the documentary itself available at patreon.com/red_planet when it's done. So please check that out, and please share the Red Planet Patreon as well, because I think that documentary is going to be really important. I think it's a really important time to be showing people other ways to live outside of capitalism, if you catch my drift. So those are the things to check out: patreon.com/red_planet and patreon.com/Sophie from Mars, as well as the tip link to send me money directly if you want. And I will see you on the next stream or in my next video. Or maybe just hanging around. Send me Tumblr asks or whatever. And if you want to, go watch the Gustavo Petro speech, because it fucking rocks. And then send it to absolutely everyone you know, so we can all be talking about this instead of the fucking Epstein files. And remember, if you support cops, you support Wayne Couzens. Okay, bye. No. That's not the end of the stream. What am I trying to say? Yeah, check out the speech. I will make sure it's in the link in the description of the VOD. Looking forward to seeing people's comments about the Ezra Klein stuff, and I will see you on a stream again soon. And I'll wrap it up now.